Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, but you're in the room.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of TD6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Suru, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a quick roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon. I feel wrong without a tie. Forgot a tie. Weird.
Councillor Principe.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so everyone is here. Can somebody move the adoption of the agenda? Councillor Knack, you want to do that?
I would love to.
Okay.
I will move the, that's not the right one, the adoption of the agenda with the following changes. The replacement pages attachment for item 3.8, and I think that's it.
That is it. Seconder, please.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador.
I'm a yes as well.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? None. Now you want me to read the process, Madam Clerk?
Yes, please. Thank you,
All
Mr. Mayor.
right. All right, I will briefly explain the process for the public hearing. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, then turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions to those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. As Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and city temporary mask bylaw, we ask visitors to council chamber to be kind and respectful of each other. If you can wear a mask to protect yourself and those around you, and please respect people's personal decisions around wearing masks. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Madam Clerk, may we please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 220 to rezone land in the Mistadam Industrial Neighborhood?
We have Dana Palmer to answer questions only, and Pat Angus, both are in favor. I don't know if Pat is here to make a presentation or questions only, that I don't know.
We have it for questions only, but just to
Both
seek
of them?
confirmation.
Is Dinah Palmer? Okay. So Dinah, are you Ms. Palmer?
I am Ms.
Okay, and Pat is sitting right beside you? Good, okay, so you're both here, and 2 questions only, and there's no one in opposition.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 229 to rezone industrial land in the Calgary Trail North neighborhood?
We have Dave Unshenko to answer questions only. Dave, are you here? Oh, there he is. And there's no one opposed.
We don't have
No,
anybody in
there's
opposition.
no one opposed. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 223 to rezone land for residential use in Secord neighborhood?
We have Elise Shillington to answer questions only. Elise, are you here or virtually?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, we have no one opposed.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. So bylaws 18630 and 186, oh, sorry, did I miss this one? Sorry, bylaws 18630 and 18641 will be dealt with together. That's 3.4 and 3.5. Is there anybody here to speak to bylaw 18630 to close a portion of 156th Street Southwest in the Chappelle neighborhood, or to speak to bylaw 18641 to close a portion of 156th Street Southwest in the Chappelle neighborhood?
We have Elise Shillington to answer questions only. She's here, and also Peter Tsukalis to answer questions only.
Good
Peter,
afternoon.
you're there? Okay. And we have no one in opposition.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 219 to rezone land for park and residential use in Kinglet Gardens neighborhood?
We have Elise Shillington to answer questions only. She's here. And also Scott Restad to answer questions only. Scott, are you there?
They have checked in. They may just need to mute their microphone.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here.
Good, thank you. And we don't have anyone in opposition.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 226 to allow for a low-rise multi-unit housing in Rosenthal?
We have Sarah Sherman to answer questions only and PJ Prescott to answer questions only. Sarah, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And PJ, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, we don't have anyone in opposition.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 228 to allow for a shallow lot, low-density residential housing Rosenthal?
We have Sarah Sherman to answer questions only. She is here. And Nicholas Carrells to answer questions only. Nicholas, are you there?
Good afternoon. Yes, I am. Hello.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, we have no one in opposition.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 241 to allow for low-intensity commercial, office, and service uses as well as limited residential-related uses, Newton?
We have Dorita Keller to answer questions only. Dorita, are you there? Oh, there you are. Nice to see you. And we have no one in opposition, Madam Clerk.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Bylaw 239 and Charter Bylaw 240 will be dealt with together. That's 310 and 311. Is there anybody here to speak to Bylaw 239, Amendment to the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan, or Charter Bylaw 240 to allow for a range of medium-intensity commercial uses and residential mixed-use opportunities within a mid to high-rise built form, Garneau?
We have Chelsea Jersak to make a presentation, I guess. Chelsea, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
And we have Patrick Mixa to make a presentation. Patrick, you there?
Yes, I am.
And Grant Ray to answer questions only. Grant, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And we also have one person in opposition, Brian Groff, right? Brian, are you there? Brian?
So we have two people registered in opposition, Mr. Mayor, for this item.
I only have one name, and if you could provide me the second name.
Yeah, apologies. So Dawn Wood from Garneau Gates Condominium is also registered to speak in opposition remotely.
Don Wood. Don, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll wait for Brian. We'll check for Brian when we come to this item, if he's still there. Okay?
Yeah, we'll reach out to him and see if we can get a hold of him.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And lastly, is there anybody here to speak to Charter Bylaw 19823 to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing in Grosvenor?
We have Jeff Lewis to answer questions only. Jeff, are you there? Jeff?
We're not seeing him on
Okay.
the list, but again, we're happy to reach out.
Okay, Fabio Capola.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Fabio. Stephen Yu.
Hello.
Thank you, Stephen. Neil Carpe. Neil, are you there? We'll wait, or we'll check back later. And we have a number of people in opposition as well, Madam Clerk. We have Gregory McDonald. Gregory, are you there in person? Gregory? Thank you. Nice to see you. Brian Murnaghan?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I'm here remotely, but I will be in person shortly.
Okay, thank you. Pat Keatley? Pat, remote? Are you
Yes,
there?
I'm here remotely.
Thank you. Marilyn Bradley, remotely. Marilyn, are you there? We'll check back in later. Then Morris Friske, remotely. Morris. We'll check back later. Jason Abtosaway, remotely. Jason, are you there? We'll check back later. So that is for the members of public, Madam Clerk.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right. That was call for persons to speak, right? And now we go for selection of the bylaws. Councillor Knack.
There we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select that last item, item 3.12.
3.12. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to select 310 and 311, although I believe they're linked, right?
They are cross-referenced, yes.
Okay, and that is all.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question on item.
You went, sorry, Councillor Stevenson, you went on mute.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Item 3.8.
Oh, it's a very bad connection, Councillor Stevenson. You're breaking out.
Sorry about that. Item 3.8.
3.8, got it. Okay. All right, so those are the items selected are 3.8, 3.10, 3.11, and 3.12. And can someone move the rest?
Mayor Sohi, I will
Councillor
move closure of the public
Cracknell.
hearing on item 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.9.
Thank you,
Second.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice seconded it. Any question for closing the public hearing on those bylaws? I see none. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.9.
Thank you,
Second.
Councillor Cartmel, second by Councillor Rice.
Yep.
Any questions for first reading? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.9.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, second by Councillor Rice. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.9.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Rice. Please, can you consider any questions? Seeing none, please vote for the consideration of third readings.
Sorry, we called the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20020, Charter Bylaw 20029, Charter Bylaw 20023, Bylaw 18630, Bylaw 18641, Charter Bylaw 20019, Charter Bylaw 20026, and Charter Bylaw 20041.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, and second by Councillor Rice. All right, so any questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, so now we are gonna go into 3.8, Charter Bylaw 20028 to allow for shallow lot, low-density residential housing, Rosenthal. Selected by
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor.
Stevenson.
I don't need a presentation for this. I just had a few questions, if that's all right.
Let me check with other council members. Councillor Stevenson, if they desire to have a presentation. I see no, so go ahead to your questions, Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. So the main reason I wanted to pull this is just that it was a residential DC2. So first of all, great to see it being a DC2 rather than a DC1. Sorry, is my sound okay?
Just hold on, actually, I'm not following the process. There's no presentation from the administration on this, so we have to go to public first, Councillor Stevenson, before I go to questions to you. Sorry about that.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't know there was someone to speak to.
I just need to
Yes.
check.
Yes, so there were two.
There are two
There were two speakers here to answer questions
only, right? And we need to ask them if they're questions to the public members first, Councillor Stevenson, before we go to administration. So there's Sarah Sherman to answer questions only, and Nicholas Corrals to answer questions only. Do you have any questions to members of the public or folks in favor? No? Now we can go to questions to administration. Sorry, just a process thing. Right. Councillor Stevenson, I'll start your clock again. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just want to follow up. I had noticed that this DC didn't have supportive housing as a listed use, even though I believe our practice is to ensure that all residential zones do have that. So just wondering if there was some rationale around that or what led to that?
Thanks, Councillor. This was simply a mistake since the last public hearing in which you brought that to attention on a different application. We went through our existing DCs in terms of our applications and asked that we put all of that, put that use class within the zone. However, this one was past the advertising period, so it just didn't make it in. And it is our standard practice to put it in as well.
That's great. Yeah, thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate that their service is sequential. And my understanding is that there's not really scope at this point to add it in, that would require re-advertising. Is that correct?
Correct. If we were to add that use, we would have to re-advertise the bylaw and it would have to come back after that time.
Okay, thank you. I think understanding that, I think it speaks to some of the challenges with a DC. Just wondering too, just the regulations that relate to row housing, the row housing use rather than the multi-unit. That won't cause any problems for the state.
Sorry, Councillor, you just kind of trailed off at the end there.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, I would really appreciate it if you wouldn't mind logging off and calling in from a telephone if that's possible. I think it'd be really great if we could hear your questions clearly. Thank you so much.
In the meantime, if there are any other questions from council members, no, then. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, Councilor Jens?
Thank you. May I ask a question of administration at this time?
Yes, you can, and I'll go to you, Councilor Jens, go ahead.
Could the administration clarify the difference on the replacement reports? I noticed the two items provided, both the replacement report, cover report, and replacement report attachment 2. Could you clarify? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. The purpose of the replacement pages was to fix a reporting error within the report that identified the site as a medium-density residential site. So that's been corrected to the right designation of low-density residential, which matches the existing plan in effect today.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it possible in future to have kind of almost a track changes amendment done? I believe Councillor Knack brought this up. Just sometimes, I want to make sure we don't miss anything if there's changes in future.
Yeah, that's certainly possible, or to have a further explanation within that replacement page notification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jans. There you go. I think Councilor Stevenson is online now. Councilor Stevenson, can you hear us?
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead. There's a lot of echo on your side, so maybe you're on speaker?
No. But that might be better.
There you go. Much better. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I really apologize for the disruption. I will figure out the tech on my side. So thank you. Just a question I noticed that multi-unit housing is the only listed use, but the regulations refer to row housing. Just wanted to ensure that that wouldn't cause any challenges at the development permit stage.
Thanks, Councillor. That won't cause an issue as you go forward and through the development permit stage. That's probably just a relic that's left over when row housing was a use.
Great. And again, just as always, the question in terms of some of the lack of suitability of some of the standard zones. I understand RA7 wouldn't have been in conformance with the NSP. Is that correct?
Correct. So if an RA7 zone were to be used here, that would be designated as a medium density residential site, which would be not in conformance with the NSP.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the clarity there. Really pleased to hear that the practice around supportive housing has moved forward, and recognizing this is just a bit of a timing issue holdover. So no concerns on my end. Thank you very much for entertaining the questions, and I apologize again to my colleagues in the Assembly and our guests for the delay, but happy to move first reading on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Before we do that, I ask at this time if council members have any questions arising out of new information to members of the public or to administration. Seeing none, and is Rosenthal, which ward is that?
I can,
Councillor-
over in
Councillor-
Dakota, so happy to move
Yeah.
closure of the public hearing.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Knack. All right, we need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded it. They're sitting close by each other, they're coordinating. All right. Okay, that's closing of the public hearing. Any questions on the closing of the public hearing? Seeing none, please vote. Yes.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of Charter Bylaw 20028.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. We have a first reading to vote on. Before I do that, before I call the vote, anyone to speak? Seeing none, please call the vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 20028.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Have the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading on Charter Bylaw 20028.
Second, Councillor
Second.
Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We're good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20028.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we're done with 3.8. Next, we have two bylaws, cross-reference 310 and 311, bylaw 20039, amendments to Garno Area Redevelopment Plan, and Charter Bylaw 20040 to allow for a range of medium-intensity commercial uses and residential mixed-use opportunities within a mid to high-rise built form, Garno. Councillor Jens, you selected this. I'll ask if there's a need for presentation from administration.
I would like a presentation, please.
Okay, so over to administration.
Great, thank you very much. Today I have Andrew McClellan in live and in person to provide the presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This application has multiple components that would both create the opportunity for a high-rise mixed-use tower on White Avenue in Garno and improve the compatibility of future mixed-use high-rise developments at this site as well as other Main Street locations in the city. These components are proposed amendments to the Main Streets overlay, mainly as it applies to current and future sites under the CB3 Commercial Mixed Business Zone, a proposed rezoning from the U.S. Urban Services Zone to the CB3 zone with the Main Streets overlay for the Garno site, and a proposed amendment to the Garno Area Redevelopment Plan to facilitate this rezoning. Next slide, please. The first facet of this application is a series of amendments to the Main Streets overlay. This is an overlay that applies to commercial zones along identified main streets in Edmonton, as well as within 200 meters of LRT stops and transit centers. Shown on screen is a segment of the city with the areas subject to this overlay shaded in light blue. The purpose of this overlay is to encourage and strengthen the pedestrian-oriented character of Edmonton main streets that are located in proximity to residential and transit-oriented areas by providing visual interest, transparent storefront displays, and amenities for pedestrians. Administration has identified that the current application of this overlay with one particular commercial zone, the CB3 zone, creates the opportunity for a very large built form that has some compatibility issues with certain Main Street areas and the residential neighborhoods around them, in contrast to the intentions of the zone and overlay. The proposed amendments look to better align the intent of the overlay with the implementation of it. The pink sites shown on screen are all 8 existing 3BC sites in 4 general pockets currently within the overlay that these changes would impact. Most of these are either vacant or have older buildings on them with no known redevelopment plans. 2 are under construction as CB3 developments, and 1 is fully built as a CB3 development. Next slide, please. The 2 main proposed amendments are introducing a maximum tower floor plate of 850 square meters with a trade-off of increasing the allowable overall height from 45 to 75 meters in certain contexts. The massing models shown on screen show generally what form this trade-off takes. The 850 square meter tower floor plate aligns with the recently revised RA9 zone and is considered a relatively slim tower. It will help transition the tower mass down and away from the property lines through the narrowing of the building envelope, resulting in additional step backs from the edges of the podium. The reduced floor plate also narrows the width of the shadow, allowing more sunlight penetration to nearby properties, especially those to the north. The increase in the maximum allowable height from 45 to 75 meters helps to ensure the zone continues to allow for higher intensity development, encourages mixed-use opportunities, and generally achieves the same amount of total floor area as is currently allowed, but in a more sensitive built form. Feedback received on these overlay amendments was minimal and related to general impacts of high-intensity development and seeking additional information. Next slide, please. Switching now to the proposed rezoning site in Garneau, the proposed CB3 zone with the Main Streets overlay, reflecting the proposed amendments to the overlay, would allow for a relatively slim, high-rise, mixed-use tower of approximately 22 stories. This site is located on the north side of White Avenue, between 110th and 111th Streets. It is in an area of Garneau and the White Avenue corridor that has a mixture of residential and commercial buildings of various scales, including a 5-story commercial building to the west and a 5-story residential building to the north. There are also several other mid and high-rise residential buildings in the area, as well as single detached housing further north into the interior of Garneau. Next slide, please. Based on the characteristics of this application, the file was brought forward to the public using a broadened approach. This approach was selected because the application is in an area where previous applications have prompted extensive public response, and it proposed significant amendments to the neighborhood statutory plan. The broadened approach included an advance notice sent to broader catchment area of 120 meters around the site, and an Engaged Edmonton webpage online to collect feedback and answer questions. The majority of the responses received through engagement were from property owners or residents of the Garneau Gates condominium building directly to the north of the rezoning site across the lane. They shared the perspective that the development of a tower on the rezoning site would have negative impacts on them. The most common concerns were the loss of sunlight on balconies and in units facing south, increased conflicts and disruptions from waste collection, increased traffic and congestion in the lane, and reduced property values. Next slide, please. White Avenue is an arterial road and is also considered a transit avenue in the zoning bylaw as a key east-west link between the University of Alberta area and East Edmonton. Frequent bus service operates on White Avenue and is also available on other nearby corridors, including 109th Street and 112th Street, and the rezoning site is within walking distance from the Health Sciences Jubilee LRT station. The site is well connected in all directions to bicycle infrastructure, with separated bike lanes on 83rd Avenue to the north and 110th Street to the east, both less than a block from the site. Next slide, please. The property is listed on the Inventory of Historic Resources in Edmonton as the St. John's Institute. The building is valued for its early modern style design and its associations with prominent Edmonton architecture firm Blakey, and Asher. The St. John's Institute was an Alberta-based organization established in 1918, which was dedicated to supporting students of Ukrainian descent while they pursued higher education. The organization sold the building in August 2020. Through the application process, administration informed the applicant of the eligibility for historic designation and details about the process. The applicant has declined to pursue designation, choosing to pursue the proposed rezoning, which would likely lead to the demolition of the building. Next slide, please. In the city plan, the University Garneau area is identified as one of 6 major nodes strategically located across the city. Major nodes are large urban-scale centers that serve multiple districts, typically anchored by public institutions and significant employment centers. They capitalize on excellent transit access and support higher density development and a wide mixture of land uses. White Avenue is also considered a primary corridor, connecting the University Garneau major node with the district node at Bonnie-Doon Mall to the east. The typical massing and form for a major node are high-rise and mid-rise buildings. For this site, within the major node and also along an arterial road, primary corridor, and transit avenue, it is ideal for the upper end of the spectrum, a high-rise mixed-use development. Next slide, please. Approved on May 25th, 1982, the Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, is the neighborhood-level statutory plan that applies to this site. The ARP currently restricts this site to 6 stories of height and contains specific policies to limit further high-rise development along arterial roads. This is at odds with more contemporary objectives and goals about development along major corridors as directed by the city plan. At nearly 40 years old, it must be recognized that this ARP was written at a different time in Edmonton's history and is reflective of a different set of challenges, priorities, and strategies with regards to city growth and development. That said, the proposal does still help to achieve some current ARP objectives, such as accommodating additional housing demand without impacting the quantity of this existing single-detached housing stock. While the community has expressed concerns with regards to prioritizing the city plan over the ARP, and indeed the city plan does take precedence over the ARP, this application would not result in a drastic change on this corridor or in this neighborhood. The corridor already contains high-rise buildings in the immediate area, as well as a mixture of commercial and residential uses. The proposed amendments maintain the general development pattern of the ARP and help align the development potential for this site with the city plan. Next slide, please. When considering the compatibility of a tall building with surrounding land uses, the scale of the podium, its transition to the tower, and the tower floor plate are generally more important than the overall height. The mixed-use high-rise building allowed by the proposed zoning ensures the scale of the podium would be relatively the same as the adjacent buildings to the east and the west as shown here. This provides a consistent street wall for the block and helps transition the tower mass down to ground level, improving the pedestrian experience on White Avenue and the compatibility with adjacent sites. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments also ensure a slim tower with a tower floor plate of 850 square meters, which is in line with other standard zones within Edmonton. Combining the regulations for a slim tower and existing tower separation regulations ensures sun shadow impacts of the proposed application are mitigated to a reasonable level while still allowing for the intensification of the corridor. This loss of sunlight was a concern of property owners and residents of the Garneau Gates condominium building directly to the north of the rezoning site. While access to sunlight is a common concern with infill development, there are no standards or guidelines specifically for this item. However, in order for the City of Edmonton to achieve its infill and density goals focused on nodes and corridors, there will need to be a level of acceptance of more characteristics of urban living, such as additional shadow impacts. This increase in shadows is an example of a trade-off in exchange for creating and living in a compact, amenity-rich area of the city. Next slide, please. Taken as a whole, in reviewing the positives and potential impacts of the application, administration is in support and recommends approval because the site is ideal for the proposed intensity of development relative to the targeted infill objectives of the city plan. The proposed built form is compatible within the context of this key corridor and the broader area, and the proposed amendments to the Main Streets overlay would also benefit other areas within the city to improve the compatibility of potential future taller buildings at other similar Main Street locations. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And we have a number of members of public in favor and in opposition. We'll go to in favor first. Chelsea Jersak, Patrick Mixo, and Grand Ray is to answer questions only. So each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations, and after that, council members may have questions to you. So I'll go to Ms. Jersak first.
Thank you. I do have a presentation as well, which if the clerk could load that up.
Yeah, we can see.
Perfect. Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Chelsea Jersak, and here with me this afternoon is Patrick Mixo, who will be giving a presentation on behalf of campus assets, as well as Grant Ray, who can answer any construction-related questions that you may have. Next slide, please, slide 2. So the intention of this rezoning is to allow for a mixed-use building with commercial uses facing White Avenue and academic accommodations on the upper stories. The site, as you know, is located right on White Avenue between 110 and 111 streets in the University Garneau major node. Next slide, please. So to give you some background on the application, Situate submitted the rezoning application in August of 2021, at which time we created a webpage to provide information, updates, frequently asked questions, and our contact information. Next slide. Last September, we also delivered an info letter to houses within a block of the site to let people know about the project. And on-site signage, both the city's required signage as well as our custom project signage was put up on the site in January. The project team also met with the Garneau Planning Committee in October of last year. And at that time, they expressed to us concerns similar to the concerns expressed in their email, which is included in the council correspondence package. One of the main things that we heard was a desire to be involved in the design process. Because this application is to rezone to a standard zone, the design process hasn't yet begun. Next slide, please. However, that being said, as we heard from the league that design was really important to them, the project team decided to hold a virtual open house on February 8th to give the community the opportunity to provide input into the future building design. So we mailed out 80 letters inviting the neighbors and had 7 people attend. On the screen before you, you can see a snapshot of the interactive platform where people could look at images and then leave comments using sticky notes. So in general, what we saw and heard via this input session was desire for color and variation on the facade, cafes and other retail uses at the street level that would activate the street, while also leaving enough space for passersby. And lastly, to have green space on the ground level and above so that, I quote, nature can nurture the students. Next slide, please. So now zooming out from the site for a moment, as you can see, the site is very close to a number of other multifamily buildings, commercial buildings and towers. There's great access here to bus stops, LRT, and also it's within a vast network of bike lanes, making alternative forms of transportation really easy. Next slide. On this slide, you can see the Main Streets overlay in purple, which applies to all of the commercial zone property in the area. And I'll come back to the overlay in just a moment. I know my time here is limited, so I'll jump to the next slide, which is slide number 8. So with regard to city plan, we chose the CB3 zone here because the site is located in the University Garneau major node as designated in city plan. The city plan encourages development in major nodes to be mid and high-rise buildings. And we believe that the site is appropriate for a high-rise as it's located near the center of the node. It's right on White Avenue, which is an arterial road. There are a number of other high-rise buildings in the immediate vicinity, and the properties to the north and west are also zoned to allow for high-rise development. Next slide, please. So moving forward, city plan will be implemented through a new zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw renewal team has indicated in their discussion papers from 2020 that the new zoning tool for major nodes like this one will be a mixed-use zone of up to 26 stories. So until that new zone is finalized, the CB3 zone and the Main Streets overlay are a good solution that aligns with city plan policy in the short term, while ensuring a smooth transition to a future mixed-use zone in the medium term. Last slide here is the massing comparison, slide number 10. So here you can see a comparison of the potential massing of a building on the site under the CB3 zone with the Main Streets overlay as it currently is written, and then with the Main Streets overlay as per our proposed amendment. So as administration's report articulated, it would be limiting the floor plate to align with what we see in other zones in the city of Edmonton, such as the RA9 zone, and basically offer more compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. So I think my time is about up, so I will wrap up, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the conclusion of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jersak. Next, we will go to Patrick Mixo.
Yes, I also have a presentation as well.
Here we go. Go ahead.
Super. Good afternoon. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Patrick Mixo. I am a partner and the president of Campus Assets, the development arm of the company that owns the site being considered for rezoning here today. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear my presentation and consider our application. Next slide. I'll start off with a little information about who I am and what we do at Campus Assets. Campus Assets is the development arm of Alignvest Student Housing, which owns 11 properties and buildings in different marketplaces in Ottawa, Waterloo, Kitchener, Oshawa, Hamilton, and Edmonton. And we build and operate edu-centric academic accommodations with a primary focus on academic success. Our developments aren't just about providing accommodations. We incorporate academic space, ancillary space, admin space, and other amenity space that assists in academic excellence and also the mental well-being of students. So as you might be aware, learning doesn't only occur within the walls of a higher ed institution. Idea exchange can happen in housing as well. We believe the spaces we create are so important to creating a sense of belonging because it allows students to feel their best and perform their best. This is a housing where parents know that their kids are safe and they have the tools that they need to succeed. Something that sets us apart is when we develop a project, we're in it for the long haul. We don't build and flip. We own, operate our buildings to ensure their continued success. Therefore, make sure that the construction is at the highest level. Next slide, please. We acquired the existing building on the site in Garneau in June 2020, seeing a huge opportunity to create something special. Since we've taken over ownership of the building, its occupancy rate has increased to 100%, and we have had to unfortunately turn away students looking for accommodations. The University of Alberta has almost, as you're aware, 38,000 full-time students and only has enough on-campus beds to accommodate 14.6% of them. The on-campus housing stock is aging, but still has a relatively high occupancy rate. We believe that we can help to fill the gap and provide modern, amenity-rich academic accommodations. The Garneau, another off-campus academic accommodation building that's under construction currently, will house about 500 students, so there's still a huge need for more housing and for U of A students. Next slide, please. The location. So this site is an ideal location for students, as it's only about 300 meters away from the university and close to a number of amenities, including 2 grocery stores where students can access fresh food. Existing on-campus housing is located in somewhat of a food desert. In our conversations with the community, we heard the desire for more family-oriented housing rather than housing for students. However, many of the houses in the neighborhood that would be suitable for families are being rented out by students currently. We're hoping that our building, like we have seen in our other markets, will be a more attractive option when we free up some of the existing housing in the neighborhood for families to move into. Next slide. Some of our other projects, this is a Centennial Place. Now gives you an idea of the work we do. On this slide, you can see photos of Centennial Place in Toronto. This is a 740-bed residence on Centennial College's campus. The building includes academic space, community rooms, communal kitchens, and full-service restaurant, among other amenities. Next slide. This slide shows Campus One, which is affiliated with the University of Toronto in Toronto. The academic accommodation in this building is for 890 students, in addition to 11,000 square feet of food service programming and another 15,000 square feet of retail space. Next slide. And this is a Parkside student residence. On this slide, you'll see Parkside, and it's operated as an academic accommodation for Ryerson University in Toronto. This building has 638 beds with a full food service program and 1,200 square feet of retail. Next slide. And as Chelsea noted about design, this will be our first project in Edmonton, and we're hoping to build more. So with this first project, we really want to build something that looks amazing and that the city can be proud of. For that reason, we retained Perkins & Wills to design the building. Perkins & Wills is an international architect firm with studios in over 27 cities around the world. They have a team of architects who specialize in higher education buildings and campus planning. On this slide, you can see a few examples of the high quality academic buildings that they've designed throughout North America. Next slide. And to wrap things up, I'd just like to say I'm really happy to be here today and really hopeful that with your support, we can build something that makes a great contribution to Garneau and to the city. And I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. And now I'll ask members of council if they have questions to the panel in support of the application. And there are a number of questions here. And I know Councillor Jans, you exempted this item. And I will go to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a question through you to legal first? I'm wondering if we...
Just hold on. Before you ask that question, let me ask that question to legal, if you can ask that question now, or you have to wait.
Mr. Mayor, it'll depend on the question. If it's legitimate legal advice, I can answer at any point in the process. Maybe.
Okay. Let's try.
I guess I'm just trying to, I see we have a couple of decisions here. There's an amendment to the Main Street overlay, which will affect multiple properties. And then there's this particular decision in front of us about this property. And I'm just trying to get a sense of where do you want the questions focused?
Maybe I can provide some help from the process side of things. So there is a plan amendment attached to this. That is one aspect. That is the Garneau plan. The rest of it, the overlay and the rezoning, are all in one bylaw. So those questions can come to the panel as a whole.
Okay, then maybe I'll if I can proceed then and ask questions of our guests. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and I'm curious, have you talked to the University of Alberta? Do you have any sense of student demand? I know we've heard a number of applications ranging from the quarters downtown, right adjacent to the LRT line, that would, they were talking about marketing to students and trying to get student housing built. I've seen numerous other 1 and 2 bedrooms pop up around the campus area. Just wanting to get a better sense of your confidence in the marketability.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Jans. So when we look at marketplaces, typically within higher ed, the ability for on-campus housing for a tier 1 institution usually ranges about 20%. So right now with this institution being at 14.6%, it's significantly underserviced. So even with the necessity of about 7,600 beds, with the other projects that are in there, we're very comfortable with the marketability. And to answer your question directly about having direct discussions with the University of Alberta, the University of Alberta does not take official position on development submissions. We have had discussions with them. We collaborate with all higher ed institutions when we go into market. We're really about trying to ensure that what we're providing is going to be able to deliver what the students in that marketplace need, because college students' needs are different than university students. Individuals in Edmonton might be different than Calgary or outskirts, so we collaborate with the higher institutions.
One of the questions I've heard from students is related to family-friendly housing. The University of Alberta recently demolished their multifamily housing at Michener Park, and there's been a desire for more family-friendly housing. Has there been a contemplation of 2, 3, 4 bedroom units, family-friendly units, or is this a, for lack of a better term, dormitory style development?
So the reality is, in today's environment, dormitory style isn't a chosen demand for higher ed. Usually it's at worst case scenario, it's a 2-to-1 bed to bath parity. So 2 beds for 1 bathroom. The ability to be able to know what is going to be going into this building is really about understanding what the demands of the students are. As we said, this is one option that one project that we're looking at. We're looking at others for family housing. It's proven in other marketplaces that ability to be able to have family housing in one project is the most successful. So we would look at a diverse offering on this and other sites as well.
Finally, were other zonings, why was CB3 chosen in this case?
Sure, I'll take that one. Thanks for the question. So for CB3, really we were taking our cue from city plan, and being that it's in a major node, the CB3 zone is our sort of mixed use zone that allows for both residential and commercial uses as on a permitted basis. So that's where we took our cue from. We did review other zones as well, and found that with the amount of students that Campus Assets is looking to accommodate, that the floor area ratio offered by the CB3 zone with the Main Streets overlay applied would be the best approach.
Can I ask you about the street level commercial? Is that intended to be like internal commercial for the students, or is that intended to be like public facing, could be a pizza shop or a coffee shop?
It's intended, so there will be some internal facing amenities probably on the second level of the podium and above, but for the main floor, that would be street facing, publicly oriented commercial. And that's required actually in the CB3 zone as well.
Right. And final question, a number of concerns about the alleyway. Could you touch on that?
Sure. So our understanding is that there will be some alley upgrades required in conjunction with the development permit. So resurfacing of the lane, possibly some widening of the lane as well. So administration can probably answer those questions a little bit better. And then I know with regard to waste and the bins back there as well, with the new building, with the greater setback, that should address those issues as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jans. And that's all the questions to the members of public in support. And now we will go to members of the public in opposition. And I'll see if Brian is Groff. Is Brian there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Don Wood, I see Mr. Wood there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'll go to Mr. Croft first you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I do live in Garneau, my interest here stems from a broader concern about transparent and technically compliant procedures. For context, I'm a practicing land use planner with an honors degree in urban and regional planning. I've continuously served as a professional planner in municipalities in both Ontario and Alberta, most recently 26 years as a senior planner and director of community planning and zoning with the City of Edmonton. I've been a provincially registered professional planner for over 2 decades. I'm also a 2-term former president of the Professional Planners Association in Alberta and a founding member of the Canadian Planners Professional Standards Board. My concerns cover a number of issues. First and foremost, I draw your attention to zoning bylaw section 24, subsection 2.4, clause C, which states the administration must include in its analysis of the rezoning application's potential impact, its relationship to any statutory plan in preparation. A district plan is in preparation, as I'm led to believe, but there's no indication that the administration complied with that regulation, and if they did, nothing of that analysis is being presented to City Council and to affected members of the public to aid in reaching a decision. And secondly, the proposed changes to the commercial Main Streets overlay constitute a text amendment, not a rezoning amendment, and therefore should be processed as such, and not merely a minor appendage to accommodate a singular property rezoning. The long-term implications of the proposed changes will affect countless other communities, citizens, and property owners in the future. But the way this text amendment is being processed, advertised, presented, and justified hides that fact. The identification of a half dozen other commercial overlay CB3 sites that exist but exhibit different circumstances than in Garneau in no way makes citizens throughout the city aware of impending implications of the new overlay rules. In fact, the newspaper notice does not even cite the names of those other half dozen neighborhoods, depriving their community members of the right to be informed and become aware of zoning changes in their vicinity. On the commercial overlay changes themselves, may I point out a few flaws. One change allows a much greater development in terms of height, massing, and density, provided the site contains some residential dwellings. However, the change contains absolutely no criteria whatsoever on how much residential must be incorporated. For example, all a developer has to do is incorporate one single apartment unit for an on-site property manager, and the increased height, massing, and density allowance is triggered. The entire rest of the 75-meter high development can be occupied by commercial uses without it serving as a truly mixed-use development. And it is a Class A permit with no authority for city staff or anyone else to challenge it. If council is serious about encouraging true mixed development, this amendment definitely does not do that. Another flaw relates to the inadequate separation of a 20 to 25-story building next to a 2 to 3-story residence. I draw your attention to the illustration in item 3.10, attachment 2, page 7, depicting a transition gradient between high-rise, high-density development and low-rise, low-density housing. The report states this is a sound planning principle, and I heartily agree. And it uses that to justify the proposals, but then goes on to recommend exactly the opposite, a mere 10-foot separation across a residential alley. Imagine a local residential street and the curbs between the paved portion of the street. The width between those two curbs is the distance the administration contends is sufficient to avoid negative impacts. Imagine a 2-story house next to one of those curbs and a 25-story building on the directly opposite curb. Most definitely not sound planning principles. Finally, I find some of the statements and justifications concerning from a professional standpoint. For example, the report refers to the Garneau Plan as a 40-year-old document, inferring it is obsolete. It fails to state, however, that the very principles of the Garneau Plan reflect the very same principles contained in the City Plan. It's not that the Garneau Plan is out of date, but that the City Plan is finally caught up. In fact, the report also fails to mention that the current zoning throughout Garneau allows for more than 2 to 10 times the density than the goal set in city plan. Garneau already more than complies with city plan. There's no need for unplanned, premature, haphazard, massive density increases. If the district plan in preparation had been made available to the public and to you, agreed with what occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I have to stop you here now. 5 minutes are over.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
May I have one short conclusion?
Sure.
Thank you. In the absence of crucial information, you are being asked to make an irrevocable decision in a vacuum, except that that vacuum is being filled by incomplete, inaccurate, and contradictory information. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. And we will next go to Mr. Don Wood. Mr. Wood, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Could I have the presentation that I have put up, please, and then reset my 5 minutes?
Yes, we can see the presentation, and you can start now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm on the condo board. I'll volunteer with that. Next slide, please. We're in opposition, similar to the previous speaker, although we're not quite as professional. This bylaw change disregards fundamental published Edmonton guidelines that the council should really consider. Secondly, the sun shadow study is grossly inadequate, and my presentation will describe the areas that this is. Next slide, please. I searched for what Edmonton's sun shadow guidelines are, although many jurisdictions in Canada have extremely detailed published guidelines. The document that came up first was actually the Winter Design Guidelines on edmonton.ca, and it recognizing that Edmonton is a winter city, it's integral to its identity, and this document is superb, and it's extensive, 100 pages long, and it's sponsored by reputable departments within the city of Edmonton. Next slide, please. Drawing from this document, winter design in a nutshell is complicated but has 5 key principles, of which you will see the applicant has only considered 2, and the least expensive of the 2. It ignores everything that is outside of its own building. Everyone can hear me still okay? Okay, good. Lighting and color, it accepts, but it ignores wind strategies. It ignores allowing sunshine to go through. It allows allowing comfort in the area around it. Next slide, please. In fact, the only 2 winter design elements are I just described. I would say that 2 of the 5 design elements are failing in grade, and the most important 3, the applicant does not have any information concerning. Next slide, please. Now, this is drawn right from the document. So, interestingly, Garneau Gates, a heritage, well, not a heritage, but an existing building demonstrates many of the attributes that the city of Edmonton wants to put forward, including narrow towers to allow sunshine through. This is a block monolith. The city department talks about how it's thinner, but the floor plate is oriented east-west. If you look at surrounding buildings that are tall, they are oriented north-south to minimize the impact of the shadow, not this one. And Garneau has trees, canopy around it. It has a central patio and garden area, not this one. The board is contemplating solar panels on our roof and trees again. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. Within this document, it talks about the importance of sun shadow studies. It talks about the use of advanced technology, 3D modeling, and butterfly studies, such as the one you see on the right there, and which is noticeably absent from the sun shadow study provided by the applicant. Next slide. This is it. They have 3 pages. If you bring it up, the sun shadow study is 3 pages, bird's eye views, their thumbnails. There's not 1 word written. The overall impression is there's nothing to see here, folks. There is no written analysis. The regional scale used is too small. I'm thinking by at least a factor of 10. There's no elevation. There's no side profiles. You can't determine the impacts on the neighboring buildings. I think this is not only deficient, I think it is grossly deficient. Next slide, please. So I went looking for something there's a free website, suncalc.org. So the next you'll see is my own work. You can put in the coordinates for anywhere in the world. It brings up the culture, and you can with any time of the day, you can determine the shadow from a point source. So that's what I did. So next slide. Okay, I used the existing building, St. John's Institute. If there is one limitation, you can only do one point source. So to do a shadow, you need both sides, east and west side of the building. So that's what I've done, and I've superimposed them. So you can see this is sunrise, the shadow imposed on Garno Gates, trajectory primarily the Garno Gates West Tower, but I've done it for the following 2-hour periods. So this is, and you can input 75-meter tall object, and it's defined by the defined outside parameters, which I think is a good proxy for the tower that is being proposed. Next slide, please. So this is 10 a.m. You can see the shadow is moved a bit, still covers the courtyard. Okay, 12. Next slide, please. That's 12 noon. You notice the shadow is still on Garno Gates and the central patio is still covered. Next slide, please.
Mr. Wood, I would have to stop you here unless you're concluding your presentation.
We can go to the second last, two more slides. I want to show you something very significant there. So what I didn't expect to find was that there is an area of Garno Gates that is permanently in shadow. This was not mentioned by the applicant. It was only discovered by myself going through this exercise. So for that reason, I would ask the council to seriously consider not approving the application because it just isn't ready.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Really appreciate your time. Okay, questions from council members? Councillor Jans?
Thank you. And if I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Mr. Koff first. Could you elaborate on the concerns here about precedent and in particular, what this means for other developments around the city?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the changes to the overlay, even though they're portrayed as affecting Garno directly and 4 other communities indirectly, it will establish changes to a basic zone that applies and will apply throughout the city if it is intended to be the primary zone for the implementation of a city plan. In other words, there are dozens, if not scores, of other communities that will be affected by the changes that are being made to this overlay, and they have absolutely no knowledge of that.
Could you plain language that for me in terms of what these effects will be for a new development? What would be the difference?
Well, the 2 that I cited immediately. Number 1 is the fact that the administration and the developer has portrayed this as mixed-use housing. But in reality, because there is absolutely no criteria on what constitutes a residential portion of the mixed-use housing, it in effect is a 75-meter high commercial development with the potential for 1 dwelling unit in it. It is not mixed-use housing.
So if that would be like if you threw a loft suite on top of the ATB Financial Tower, that would essentially be the change here you're talking about?
That's equivalent, yes.
So if I'm paraphrasing, I hear you saying you think a different zoning would be more truthful or accurate in terms of the nature of the development. Is that your contention?
My contention is that if the CB3 zone is to be changed to ensure that more intensive development is mixed use, this will not do it. This will allow increased density commercial. There's a potential for residential, but council has absolutely no assurance that it would actually happen.
Right. And if I can ask Mr. Wood a question. So if the applicant were to turn the building north-south and that would be your preferred outcome here? Is that I'm trying to get a sense of, is the resistance to the project in general, which I have heard from some residents certainly, or is the resistance to this particulars of this design?
It's a massive block. Edmonton's own published guidelines suggests consider too narrow towers, allow sunlight to come through, and try and orient the floor plate so that it's in consideration of the neighborhood, of which the applicant, from what I've seen, doesn't consider one iota. And so there's unintended consequences of which we have no idea. I've done my own little viewpoint of Garneau Gates. What else is there out there? Don't know.
Right. And if I may, so I think I hear you suggesting to send it back to administration for more engagement.
Oh, I think this thing is so, it's so wrong. I mean, you just ask administration to bring up the area neighborhood again and just look at it. You can just see it's too big and too wrong, in the wrong place. Certainly, and I echo what Brian said. There is no guarantee that this just won't be just a big commercial building. Full stop.
If I can go back to Mr. Croft, then what would be your, for council, what would be your request of action today?
I would recommend the applications be referred back to the administration to be brought forward at a future date with direction to the administration to comply with section 24.2.4 of the zoning bylaw and to separate the amendments to the overlay from bylaw 2040 and bring that portion forward as a separate text amendment properly processed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Croft, because I've definitely heard some concerns from the Woodcroft community regarding sort of the fact that one of the CB3s in the Main Streets overlay is within sort of a Woodcroft commercial zone, and there was really minimal, if any, it was really hard to dig to even find information on this. So I'm very concerned. Can you speak to why it's important process-wise to separate them out? And what that would look like to you to be successful?
Councillor, to separate out the overlay changes from the Garneau rezoning.
Yeah.
The difference is that, first of all, there are, as I said, about a half a dozen other sites where this change, in other words, an increase from 45 meters to 75 meters, very substantial, would be allowed on those sites. And the people, the members of those communities have no awareness of it. They have not been notified. There's been no advertising. Some of them may have learned of it by accident. A text amendment is something that applies to a textual portion of the zoning bylaw, and it applies across the entire city whenever and wherever that particular zone is put into place, now or in the future. As a professional planner, it's my belief in the public interest that the public be at least notified of substantial changes to the zoning bylaw, which may affect them in future.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up, because one of the other feedback I received from members in my ward is that why is this sort of like blanket up development not done as part of the zoning bylaw renewal? Because that's a project that's coming forward, which would involve, the kind of big changes and rezoning across the city. Do you think that would be more appropriate, or do you think there's any timeliness to doing this before the zoning bylaw renewal, which is slated to come back, I think, at the end of 2023 or 2024?
Certainly the most appropriate place is the zoning bylaw renewal. The most appropriate. If time, however, is a consequence, a few simple changes to the amendments to the overlay could be done now. And proper notice given to the public so that people have the opportunity to be informed and, if necessary, and if they desire, to present their concerns to City Council. No one else in the city, other than people in Garneau, have been notified about this publicly in the newspaper. I know there were notices sent to some property owners in the other areas, but not to the general public. And the matter of the text amendment to the overlay was very, very discreetly, I'll say, hidden in the notice.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that, because one of the comments as well from my constituents is that how hard it was to find the details even after they've kind of fluked and found out about this thing, and how it doesn't foster trust when dealing with the city of Edmonton. Would you concur with that assessment as well, Mr. Croft? In terms of the challenges in finding this information?
Yes, I would concur.
Okay, no more further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions to the members of the public. I'm sorry. No, I have a question. Are you here to speak on a bylaw, madam? I'm sorry, can.
I was here to speak on, all the individuals in Edmonton that are hurting right now because of things and events that are going on that everybody's not knowing.
So that is not a matter at the discussion at this time. We are talking about land use planning and zoning bylaw at this time. You will have the opportunity to speak on that matter. City clerk can explain to you when that opportunity will be present to you. So we'll send someone, staff member, to talk to you and let you know when you can come back and make a presentation to us. Okay? Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you explain it to the member of the public? Okay. Thank you.
We'll send somebody up. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, and nice to see you. All right, so. I'm sorry, we cannot. So we'll send someone to talk to you about it, okay? Yeah, okay. Okay. Questions to administration?
Questions to speakers?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Jan. Sorry, I didn't see that. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Apologies, that was the last minute
Okay,
ringing in.
Go ahead.
I guess just want to quickly add a question there on the zoning bylaw renewal. To Mr. Wood, earlier you also heard the applicant mention that if the zoning bylaw move forward, it will actually, zone for even higher rise and more intensification on that location, given the location for the node. Does that give you more concern?
No, I think that's consistent with the city's plans. I just like to see design done right and implemented right to continue to make Edmonton such a great city. So when I see lacking or deficiencies in design, that's really what we're addressing. And one of them is the sun shadow study, and Brian certainly elucidated other ones, but no, transportation hub's fine. White is good for that, and access to the university is fine.
Yeah, I guess if through that separate process, the location ends up being zoned for even taller building that might, I don't know, have a greater impact on the sun shadow. I guess that's kind of what I'm more talking about.
Actually, I have confidence in the Edmonton's published guidelines. I think that this is so far in contradiction to what I believe the city of Edmonton stands for and what is published. I would be very surprised if in any way this can move forward in its present state. That's the confidence I have with the city of Edmonton. And this one just seems to have missed it or gone under the radar, or people were busy and didn't pay attention to some really important attributes.
Right. Right. I'm glad you referenced the Winter City design guideline. Familiar with that, and I think it's it's internationally recognized. And I think the incongruence you point out is a bit of an incongruence that the administration also highlighted in their presentation, in terms of the need for I guess revisiting the Garneau ARP and to address that incongruence so that it is more aligned with the city plan. But I'm also hearing from you that that it's not, I guess that incongruence I'm hearing from both the administration presentation, but also from your presentation as well.
Well, you
I
got to
guess-
put the right design on the right site. Is that your question? And it looks like it's going to be pretty tough to adhere to the Edmonton's published guidelines with such a massive singular block monolith building on that site.
Right. The guidelines, that's 40 years old, and that is, kind of part of the conversation today around the need to renew that as well. So you're right, it is incongruent, but it also sounds like part of it is to bring some of these in alignment. But anyways, so I just wanted to kind of curious about your thoughts about that incongruence. But I'm hearing different perspectives around that. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes council questions to members of the public. And now I'll ask council members to sign up to ask questions to administration. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I wanted to hear from administration a little bit in response to the concerns raised by Mr. Croft about potentially separating the two questions we have before us today about section 24.2.4, about clause C, and about the text amendment and the journey to date.
Thank you, Councillor. In administration's opinion, there's no need to make that separation. The proposed amendments here are designed to facilitate the standard use of the CB3 zone at the rezoning site. And as administration identified that there's a current issue with the CB3 zone and Main Streets overlay that we're looking to rectify, doing it all at once is appropriate. And it wouldn't actually allow for the very tall commercial building. That extra height and that extra scale only happens if that extra height is residential. So I think some of the concerns maybe that have been raised are due to a bit of a misinterpretation of the zoning bylaw. So I think that these are appropriate to stay together, and that's why we support that.
Could you highlight, so I hear you saying it's unnecessary. Is it possible, though, that we could separate the question?
I guess we could have Mr. Johnson weigh in on that. But from a planning perspective, our preference is to have the amendments happen with the rezoning, because the CB3 zone without the amendments would have some compatibility issues at that site. And that's why these are linked together. Whether we could actually separate them, I don't think would be able to happen today, because we would potentially change our position with regards to the CB3 zone without these overlay amendments.
Right. I guess I'm thinking from a procedural fairness perspective, could you speak to the engagement of other potential affected areas or properties in the city or neighboring properties?
In terms of the engagement, yeah, I mean, if we're going to make that kind of change, we would definitely have to engage again with people that are around the Garneau area and the other sites, depending on what change is proposed.
I guess I hear that there's a change being proposed for Garneau, but it's going to have downstream implications across the city. And I hear at least one speaker suggesting that we haven't done sufficient consultation with some of the other neighborhoods. And I hear one of my colleagues saying that they also heard a similar remark from some neighbors. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of the accuracy of that.
So in terms of engagement, we definitely have engaged all the other neighborhoods in the city that would be affected by this. So there's only 8 other sites in the city that currently have the CB3 zoning with the Main Streets overlay. And we sent notices to all those landowners and landowners within 60 meters of those sites. So that was 742 notices. It included 9 community leagues and 4 business improvement areas. And they were notified of these changes and that there is something nearby. Of all of that, we received 2 responses. Both of those were from the Woodcroft area. And they expressed concerns generally to do with just larger scale development and not necessarily with the actual changes being proposed. But when we have that kind of low response rate, we don't typically enhance our engagement any further. We try to have it proportional to the level of interest that we receive. So 2 responses out of 742 we deem to be sufficient for the engagement, but they definitely were engaged if the concern is that those neighborhoods were not informed.
Councillor, just to add to that in regards to, as you were mentioning, the procedural fairness and what the individual of the public was talking about in terms of making a change that would affect the citywide as a whole. Mr. McClellan just pointed out that there's only 8 sites within the entire city that have a CB3 zoning on it and a Main Streets overlay application to it. So the changes only affect those 8 sites. The only time that they will affect additional sites is if there is another rezoning that is separate from this application that comes forward with a CB3 zone in the Main Streets overlay. Then that will then affect that new application. That will come forward as a public hearing with its own engagement to deem whether or not that CB3 with the application of these new Main Streets amendments is appropriate and compatible to any adjacent sites.
We should change our rules so if legal counsel is responding, it pauses the timer because
that wasn't legal. That was planning. This is Travis Pollock speaking right now.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I guess then could we clarify just finally on that point about if you build a building that's all cubicles, but then you slap on a residential loft on top, does that comply with CB3 zoning?
So the zoning still has a restriction on floor area ratio for commercial uses of 4. And so in order to get anything higher than that, it has to be residential. So if we want, we can pull up slide 15 from administration's presentation, and it shows what the actual buildings could look like if it was basically a solely commercial building. And that there is that floor area restriction that would not allow for a 100% commercial tower or 99.9% commercial tower.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Oops. I lost the list.
Sorry, we'll just give you the list we were just
I think it was Councillor Salvador next, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Councillor Salvador, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks so much. So I appreciate the questions from Councillor Jans. I was also going to ask how far-reaching this would be, and understanding it only is going to affect sort of 8 other sites. I appreciate the answer there. And I guess just to further clarify, this is not, to my understanding, it's not out of the norm to see overlay changes alongside a rezoning like this. This is pretty common practice. Is that correct?
Correct, Councillor. This is done, it's not frequently, but it is done from time to time in order to address a potential problem or sort of misalignment within our standard zonings and the future direction or the direction of our larger statutory plans and that transition and mitigation of some of those increase in densities. For this one specifically, it's been identified that a large slab building that would be allowed to be built in the existing CB3 zone is less compatible than what is being presented today with the Main Streets overlay changes, which allows a slimmer tower to be built, albeit higher, but it allows that greater degree of sunlight penetration into the neighborhood and surrounding properties.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for that answer. Just had some questions. I know received some correspondence around some concerns related to, I guess, ensuring that there's enough family friendly, or I should say, multi-unit typologies within the neighborhood. I don't suppose admin has the breakdown of, sometimes you show those really great pie charts that show the different typologies in the neighborhood. I guess I'd just be curious to see that. But also, do we have any, I guess, policy direction around having multi-bedroom units in our zoning? I know it's not included for CB3, but is that a conversation that's happening as part of zoning bylaw renewal?
Councillor, first to answer your question about the neighborhood, we do have a slide that would show the different types of housing and what percentages make up that in Garneau. We don't have it broken down by number of bedroom, however. The zoning bylaw doesn't regulate the number of bedrooms at all through any standard zones. And I'll leave it to one of our team members to talk about the zoning bylaw renewal.
Thank you. So in the zoning bylaw renewal, those conversations haven't completed yet, but in terms of regulating the types of bedrooms, that is something that the zone and existing zones haven't contemplated today, and I don't suspect they will in the future, as it is a degree of regulation and that is quite refined, we'll say. There is incentives through some of the larger zones like the RA9 zone, which allows a greater FAR if there are bigger units within the building, which typically mean that there's more bedrooms in those units. And that replaced the family-oriented housing clauses that used to be in the zoning bylaw in the previous years. So there is those incentives, but it doesn't go outright and regulate the split within any given zone. As you can imagine, when you're regulating and zoning an entire city, it would be difficult to find that correct balance within all of those buildings.
Of course, yeah, and obviously you want to have enough flexibility too in there and not over-regulate. So I think that makes sense. And then I think I just had one more. Oh yes, so with CB3, I guess I recognize it's not super common to see. I guess I'm just wondering why not. It seems like, from my perspective, a rather exciting, kind of flexible mixed-use opportunity. Is there a reason we don't see a lot of these types of applications? I guess in a mature neighborhood context.
Councillor, I think one of the reasons is because we haven't previously had a lot of clear direction for the implementation of that kind of zone, and I think the city plan with its focus on nodes and corridors helps give that, and so I think we're seeing a response to that. And other than that, I don't have another explanation. It's hard for us to predict. There are some things about the CB3 zone that are attractive in certain locations, such as getting additional floor area and height if you put in a mixed-use development. But then there's also times where one of the reasons I think it might not happen is specifically because of the issues that administration identified with the current CB3 zone with the overlay and the kind of large massing and the building that it creates, that we're hoping that the amendments here today would help fix. So it isn't, we have had conversations with people that are suggesting the CB3 zone in the past, and we've sort of had to advise them that maybe that's not the best idea because of the current massing that it would allow. So this might lead to it being used more appropriately in the future as well.
Right, okay, good to hear that this could actually help smooth some of that out. Thank you, time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you so much. To administration, how is the MNO being contemplated within the zoning bylaw renewal project?
The mature neighborhood overlay, we have a report at committee, urban planning committee next
Sorry,
week.
I meant Main Street when I said, sorry, the Main Street overlay, the one we're talking about today, the Main Street. Sorry, that was me doing the wrong acronym. Apologize.
No problem. We haven't established the Main Street overlay on how it will be incorporated or not in the zoning bylaw or within mixed-use zones.
So there's been no discussion about the Main Street overlay within the context of the project at all?
Oh, absolutely, yes. We are looking at what's the best approach, whether it's an overlay in itself or whether the regulations are incorporated into mixed-use zones.
Yeah, so just sort of whether that even needs to be there is a potential contemplation?
That's right.
Okay, thank you for that. And I want to be clear that I don't disagree with the zoning and I don't disagree with these items, but I am concerned about the process. And I understand that while we can do it, it's a matter of should we do it. So could you just walk me through so I can better understand? So if we pass this bylaw today and the CB3s are modified, so that one that's in the Westmount Shopping Center, what happens to that site? So you said that they have to come back and apply and still come to public hearing?
No, Councillor, for that specific one, that's already zone CB3 with the Main Streets overlay. And so these amendments to the Main Street overlay would take effect upon approval the bylaw.
Yeah.
And they would, if they came in for a development permit, it would have to conform with those changed regulations.
But usually, typically, when we do sort of a significant height change, there's usually a more of a process that we, like, and I get that sometimes we can do it, I get it's a text amendment, but I'm hearing concerns from my constituents that they were not aware of it, or that they did not understand the scope of it, and I wonder even, I haven't seen the notification myself, so I don't know how easy it was to understand the implications of this. So I'm just trying to get a sense of procedurally, if I have some concerns, and I'm just trying to mitigate those concerns to move forward. Because again, like I said, I do support this, but I also want to make sure that if we have a procedure, that we have procedures for public hearings and for people to understand major significant changes to development in their area, that do they really truly understand the impacts of this, and have we had that opportunity?
So I think with this particular one, there's actually a greater opportunity with this application than what normally happens with zoning bylaw text amendments. Normally with text amendments, there's not necessarily going to be direct correspondence with mailed notices to property owners or even directly to community leagues. Oftentimes it's held through higher level engagement opportunities with EFCL. But because this particular application only affected 8 sites, we were able to do that targeted geographic specific approach. And so essentially those other sites had the same process in terms of engagement that you would expect if it was an actual rezoning, where we were going from one zone to another in terms of mailed notices, the community leagues, the business associations. And so we think that we're fully engaged. In terms of the content of the notice, again, sometimes we send out really brief postcards and things. In this case, we identified that it was a bit more complicated than that. We sent out a full letter so that we could have a bit more text and explanation. And we do have communications advisors that reviewed that and to make sure it was, in ways that people could understand. So we did think of those things and engaged accordingly.
Can I see a copy of the ones that were sent to surrounding neighborhoods in Woodcroft?
I'm not sure on the technology side, but yes, I can certainly have that copy, and we can send it your way.
I would like to see that. And then, because I also heard, so they said there was no information on the zoning from a CB3, for the CB3 on the Woodcroft site for Woodcroft planning page, nor the City of Edmonton Woodcroft rezoning, nor the City of Edmonton public engagement page. It was only referencing Garneau, nor on the most recent City of Edmonton Woodcroft rezoning public engagement opportunity link. And they linked all of these sites. So again, I just wonder how buried this was for the general public to, is that inaccurate information that I have in front of me right now?
The strategy with those other sites was that to send out that initial notice and then respond accordingly based on the response. And so that's correct. We didn't have a lot of other things other than the notice that went out, but that was mainly because very few people contacted us. Like I said, Woodcroft was the only site that actually did, and we responded very quickly and provided all the information we could, and that was the strategy with those sites. And again, because it wasn't a rezoning, we didn't necessarily have all the things that we normally do with the rezoning, but we tried to find the right balance between making sure that people were informed and making sure that we were using our engagement resources accordingly.
Just to add, Councillor, I think in terms of that text amendment, which would affect that CB3 site in Woodcroft, if this application were to go forward as a normal text amendment, there wouldn't be any notifications on those web pages that you listed under the Woodcroft planning page.
Because it's not a rezoning, it's a text amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Can I please see that letter during this public hearing? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Hi there. Hoping I'm coming through clearly.
Yes.
Just wanted to say thanks very much for the questions and thanks for the clarification. I think that was a really good explanation of how in this case, this is certainly more engagement and notification, I think, than is standard for text amendments. So really pleased to have that shared. My questions really relate to some of the technicalities of the rezoning, of the amendment. Just asking primarily, so there's still reference for the site being across from residential development with maximum height of 10 meters. And I know that it's been our practice in the past to sort of have different regulations based on the current built form, so single detached housing, for example. But just wondering if that will serve us well moving forward with city plan, and if potentially a different approach is going to be taken in the future as part of zoning bylaw renewal that perhaps looks more forward to what we do want to have in terms of locations along primary corridors, things like that, rather than the existing built form context of single detached housing.
Councillor, in this case, we decided that that description was the best way of sort of capturing a low-intensity residential form without necessarily referencing a specific use, like single-detached housing. And
Not yet, is he?
we would also say that the district planning process will probably assist with that, because it will allow us a little bit more finer detail with regards to different primary corridors or nodes or secondary corridors, and that process is underway. So at the stage that we're at, we thought this was the best way of defining a lower intensity residential form, to make sure that the height only happened if that wasn't what was adjacent.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think that's been standard practice. I do think moving forward, though, I think I would be really excited to see a different approach that, again, is really looking towards the anticipated built form that we want to see in that area. So just a flag there, but recognizing why that approach was taken in this case. I also just wanted to follow up, we definitely hear a lot about a lack of clarity or consistency between some of our different plans. And I know that the city did start a process of sort of rationalizing and repealing some of the older legacy plans that existed in the city. I was just wondering where that work was at and when we might anticipate the next round.
Thanks, Councillor. So the next round of, we'll call it plan repeals, is being put forward with district planning. So we won't see any additional plan repeals until we are complete with district planning, which will be in the fall of 2023. So that'll come forth as a complementary bylaw to any adoption of the district plans.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, and just on the point of district plans, I know that was a question that came up earlier, but we have spoken before that the district plans will not vary what city plan says. It will just provide some more granular information, but the overall intent of that area to be a node, primary corridor, that won't change as part of district planning. Is that correct?
So that is correct, that it'll provide a greater detail in terms of what city plan provided. So what we used to evaluate this application was city plan, because that's what's approved, and that signals that this is a primary node within a major node. Sorry, primary corridor within a major node. So the most intense area of the city that one can imagine.
Great, and nothing in the district planning process would alter that designation. Is that correct?
Not of the definition of a primary corridor or a major node. Correct.
Great, perfect. Yeah, I think those are all my questions. Really appreciate the addition of the residential related uses as well to provide that bonus. Actually, on the bonusing, was there consideration of requiring not just residential uses, but also potentially those larger residential units? I know Councillor Salvador alluded to it, but something similar to the RA9 density bonus, where providing that mix of units is also a requisite for the higher heights.
Councillor, not within the scope of this application. I think it's important to remember this did start as an application from a private landowner, and so we wanted to make sure that we were addressing our major concerns with the overlay as applies to the CB3 zone in order for the CB3 zone to work here. But within the scope, we didn't think that looking into other bonusing within the CB3 zone or the Main Streets overlay was appropriate.
Okay, and is that maybe something that will be considered as part of the overall renewal project?
The zoning bylaw renewal is definitely looking at all the pieces of the zoning bylaw that exist now to determine what should be carried over, and bonusing is included in that.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Madam Clerk, the document that Councillor Rutherford requested, you have the document. How would that be communicated and sent to us or to the public?
Yeah, thank you so much. So the planning team has provided that to us, so we're going to email that out to the council so you all have it electronically. We're also going to add it to council correspondence so the public's able to view it at the same time as well. Thank you.
Okay, so that will be sent shortly?
We're going to take care of it right now.
Okay, good.
Thank you
for that. And can someone move the second
I'll
round,
move the
please?
second round.
Councillor Knack moved the second round. We need a seconder for that.
Second.
Councillor Salvador, any questions on going to the second round? I see none. Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I was hoping through you, Mr. Chair, could ask the administration to potentially, if they could, I don't have the wording here, but if they could draft a how to split the question on this. Because I hear there's, you know, we're kind of getting, there's this project, but then also this zoning that we're getting into. So I'd appreciate that. And if they could provide that. Secondly, if I can ask administration to respond to some of the concerns raised by Mr.
Can you wait for the first answer first? Can you wait for the answer to your first question first? Yeah.
Councillor, we'll provide that information just as an overall. The motion will seek to split the Main Streets overlay amendments from the proposed rezoning, and that will require a return of the whole bylaw package back to a future public hearing.
I'm sorry, could you clarify? We can't split on these, we can't vote on these separately?
Not today. Administration's recommendation and review of the application is based on the bylaw package as a whole. So the two bylaws, both the amendment to the Garneau ARP and the entirety of the charter bylaw, which contains the two items that you would like to split, which is the Main Street overlay and the rezoning to CB3.
Okay, well, given the gravity of that, I'm gonna have to sit on it because I don't, you know, if I'm just one counselor, I may be on my own there. Can I go to administration with some of the other concerns raised by Mr. Wood regarding the sun shadow study and some of the other design impacts?
Go ahead.
Yes, Councillor. So administration said in our presentation and in our report, and we talked more extensively in the report, there's no doubt that this would cause increased shadow on that condo building to the north. And this is about finding a balance. So the city plan is giving very clear direction that we want to intensify around nodes and corridors, and that's inherently going to mean that some of the areas nearby are going to experience additional shadows. But the amendments that are proposed with the Main Street overlay are meant to address that. So, you know, when you're dealing with shadows, the best things you can do to try and mitigate them as much as possible with tall buildings is to make sure those buildings are slim and that they're properly spaced out. And those are more important than the overall height. And so with these changes, with the 850 square meter floor plate restriction being introduced and the already existing 25 meter tower separation, which is not changing, we believe that that allows us to intensify this corridor while also trying to mitigate those sun shadow impacts as best as possible. But there's no doubt that there would certainly be additional sun shadow impacts.
So what about the proposal to do kind of a flip it north-south and move it along the podium? How would that work?
Well, actually, with this application, we don't know the exact shape of the tower. The massing models that we used are based on the regulations of the CB3 zone, but also take into account some reasonable assumptions, and that's just something that is always the case with standard zoning. There's lots of different ways that you can work within the building envelope provided with standard zoning, but that's certainly something that would be encouraged, is to try and make sure that the actual dimensions of the building, north, south, east, west, is such that would limit the shadow impacts. And we do that all the time. We try to encourage that, understanding that in this latitude, the properties to the north are always going to experience more of the shadows.
So I have a broader concern about, you know, I love the mixed use commercial residential. I also want to make sure that residential is being mixed in terms of typology, 1 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms even. I worry if I support this today, would I be supporting a redefining of what CB3 is that would not have those family inclusions in there, that if we want to look at density bonusing, we should be looking at 3 bedroom inclusion as well. Could you comment on that?
The CB3 zone right now does not include anything that would encourage those larger units with more bedrooms, and that's just not something that's being contemplated with the scope of this change. This change is about changing the shape of the building from something that's shorter and wider to taller and slimmer. But the overall floor area or the overall opportunity for the number of units or the number of bedrooms in the units, nothing about that would be changing with this application. So I think that that is something that maybe could be looked into in the future, and the zoning bylaw renewal process is certainly looking into those kind of things. But nothing would change if if these amendments were approved with regards to family units or anything like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. So that concludes the questions to administration, and now I will ask if Council. Sorry. Oh, you, Councillor Knack, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I was clicking slowly.
No problem. Now you have clicked, so go ahead.
So if this were to be sent back to do that division, how quickly can it come back? What's the quickest it comes back?
It's difficult to tell because if we split it, it depends how we'd want to order it. Do you want to have the Main Streets overlay come in ahead of time, which then allows you to judge what the CB3's rezoning in Garneau looks like with those amendments or not, and engagement would have to also be taken into account. So we don't have an orderly timeline in terms of what it looks like to split it off because there are many other factors that we got to think about right now.
So you couldn't do it as quickly as, say, the next public hearing and have them both, but as two separate items? That wouldn't be possible?
That's unlikely.
Okay.
Councillor, it wouldn't be possible because of advertising requirements in any event.
So the earliest you probably have is two public hearings from now,
At least,
even in that
yes.
ideal scenario.
Yes, Councillor.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. In that scenario, Mr. Pollock, would the applicant incur additional fees?
They would not, but it would incur additional time.
Delay.
So.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So that concludes the questions to administration. And now we will go to any new information arising out of the discussion so far that council members will want to ask questions to admin or to the members of the public on the proponent side as well as on the opposition side. And go to Councillor Tank.
Just a question for Mr. Zach. You had mentioned that in terms of the concern around the community wanting better design, but the design process hasn't actually started, and then the first step is this rezoning step. But despite that, you've made, you've set up those workshops to accommodate some of those concerns. Was that kind of the sequence of things?
So the next step would be to commence the design process. So if and when the rezoning is approved, then the architects would be formally engaged to begin the design. What we did back in February was bring in the architects to run a preliminary charrette to get some design input. So that's something that we are definitely interested in continuing to do throughout the process.
And then so once this milestone is achieved, then you will have the opportunity to address the concerns around design, including potentially the opportunities for those, for example, those 5 design principles for Winter City. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Interesting. I guess, yeah, to Mr. Wood then, I guess, your thoughts on that, and does that alleviate some of the concerns that you brought up?
Just have to see.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I wanted to just, I guess, add that to understand a bit of the sequence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions on new information. And I we have 3 minutes. I'm pretty sure there are a number of council members who would like to speak to this, right? If not, then we can, Council, huh? Yeah, because there might be Council Jans want to speak to this. So we'll take a break at this time and we'll come back at 3:45 to conclude this item. Okay? Until then, we are in the recess. Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right. Can someone move the closing of the public hearing on 310 and 311?
Happy to move closure of public hearing on, hang on here, bylaw 20039, amendment to the Gardo Area Redevelopment Plan, and Charter Bylaw 20040 to allow for a range of medium-density commercial uses and residential mixed-use opportunities within a mid to high-rise built form Gardo.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel seconded it. All right. Any questions on closing the public hearing? See none. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, for me too.
Yeah, we have all of the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Someone move the first reading.
Happy to move first reading of bylaw 20039 and Charter Bylaw 20040.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Second by Councillor Cartmel, right? Yep.
Sorry, second.
Thank you. All right, and to speak, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I'll be quick. I want to highlight that from a city plan perspective, that there's absolute support for this, and I understand, that the text amendments are a bit different from a regular zoning. So I understand, and I read the letter that was submitted to surrounding residents, and it was very clear. So I appreciate getting that and being able to see that context. I think that this also, though, does highlight how important the zoning bylaw renewal project is and how important engagement around the zoning bylaw renewal will be. I really still worry that so many residents don't understand the significant impact that this will have. And I think it's a tough job for that team and for the planning department to unpack the complexities of legal bylaw for the general public, but I think we do really have to paint a strong picture. So this is something for me that I think it just flags again how crucial it is, and I know that that's one of the reasons that the timeline for the zoning bylaw renewal project was set back, was to support that. And so I'm really looking forward to that in any way that as a city councillor I can support my constituents being aware of that and providing input would be great, because I really think while it's an overlay, it indicates some of those bigger things that we're going to be talking about, and really that transition to the city plan. So I will be supporting this bylaw for both Garneau and the CB3 changes, and look forward to further discussion on that major city changing project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I struggle with this only because I do feel that the process wasn't clean, and I appreciate the letters, and I do want to say, I do think the letters were really clear, but I go back to this point about this process is really complicated. I mean, I've been doing this for 8.5 years. I know this system inside and out. At this stage generally. But I always try to remind myself of, if I was random person X who have never listened to a public hearing, who have never gone through this, was this the right clean process to ensure that I had as much possible, as greatest of a possibility to be informed about what's being presented. So I debated back and forth, like putting forward that motion to refer it back, just to split it, to have that meaningful conversation. I don't think that's worthwhile, and that's why I didn't ultimately put forward a motion at this stage, because I do think the changes ultimately make sense. One of those locations is within the ward I represent in Kenora, and I think that particular site, the Jasper Place Plaza, having a building of that height that is essentially immediately adjacent to the LRT, it makes perfect sense from a planning perspective. That is a very logical place to be. And that community, not always the most engaged, but the neighboring residents, I don't think would really notice a difference based off where that sits. So that's part of why I didn't feel like I needed to send it back. I really, to Councillor Rutherford's point, just really want to stress the importance and how important it is to sort of treat any change to any of our zones, especially through the zoning bylaw renewal, as start from scratch, pretend nobody knows anything. And I know it's hard because we're all ingrained in this world each and every day. So for us, it's second nature, but it's not as clean as I would like, but it's enough that I'm willing to let it go and support that. Just felt I needed to say that out loud because I really hesitated even supporting this just on sort of principle of good process. And I don't think we achieve that, but I don't think it's fair to punish either what is a reasonable change to the zone, and actually in this particular location, I think it's a reasonable zone to apply on White Ave in the location that it is. So I don't feel it's right to hold this back. I just thought I'd say that out loud as something to think about for the zoning bylaw renewal. We want to really make sure we're helping everyone out on that. So I'll support this with that caution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans?
Councillor Salvador was first.
She's going to close. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've heard from a number of residents an excitement about the opportunity to bring more density to this area. Another 500 potential students, residents engaging in the businesses of the area, bringing vibrancy to the community, bringing vibrancy to White Avenue and fulfilling some of those city plan objectives. I have heard certainly some remarks about convenience to campus and having those amenities close by, including the mixed commercial. So certainly I've heard a number of appreciative comments about the potential here for this site and this space. I've also heard some concerns from the neighborhood about a continued the specifics of the tower, as Mr. Wood and others have outlined, about the impacts on the adjacent properties, the impacts on the alleyway, the impacts on waste removal, and some of the other kinks in the hose, so to speak, that will have to be sorted out no matter what sort of development project goes in there. I've also heard some concerns about, again, this kind of our kind of ship of state is stuck in the doldrums, if you will, where we're stuck between a city plan, a zoning bylaw renewal process, and other engagements where there's a growing sense of distance between where we want to go as a city and as council and as direction, and where we think the public wants us to go, and this space in between where we haven't quite got clarity or shared clarity around. So what will the new district plans be? And that's leading to some misunderstanding sometimes between different folks. So again, one of the learnings here for me was the sooner we can get out to community and talk about this is what this is our hopes and aspirations and dreams around realizing city plan and what that looks like in the district planning, and actually put to rest any rumors or speculations or anything else. Just have it, put it down on paper there. So I'm also cognizant of the concerns around engagement that Councillor Knack highlighted, that I think Mr. Croft spoke to, and I think Councillor Rutherford and others have heard that there's been some challenges around communicating this in plain language to others about these sort of impacts and changes. And finally, the overwhelming concern that I've heard from Garnuvians in general is a sense of why always our neighborhood for the 1 and 2 bedroom density, that we talk about mixed-use communities, yet we keep approving single-use projects that are often 1 or 2 bedroom. I mean, if you look at 112th Street with the new McLab development, there's a couple of other developments going in, and wanting to see more family-friendly housing so that Garneau, which has an excellent school, excellent access to the River Valley, excellent access to amenities, wanting to see and make sure that any development going into Garneau is not just mixed use commercial and residential, but also mixed use in terms of the typology of residential. I myself live across the street and one over from this project, and I did a quick search on Rent Faster, looking for 3-bedroom apartments in the area as of today, and there's truly very, very few. And yet we know lots of families want to live in the area. They want to attend the U of A. There's many working professors and grad students and others who have children and young families who would like to stay in the community. So one of my other learnings here is hopes for as we go forward in this process is to better bolt down a requirement for family-friendly housing in terms of zoning and inclusionary zoning, because when we're looking at best use of our land and land use decisions, I think we need truly a mix, affordable, family-friendly, all of these other pieces here too. So I've heard a number of concerns in both for and against this project, and I wanted to share those. And ultimately, I'm leaning towards casting my vote against this decision at this time, with the hope that it could be, we could go for it on a little bit more of the engagement and concerns listed today, and that I've heard from my colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe? Oops. Okay, good. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and really appreciate the discussion today, and for the speakers that came out. I thank you for that. So I'll just start broadly, I guess, and point out how fantastic this location is. I think that being right in the center of a major node is where we'd absolutely expect to see this size and scale of a project, surrounded by amenities, as well as good access to public and active transportation. Also hearing that demand for student housing is increasing. I think that's an important factor to consider as well. And then on the broader conversation around engagement, we learned that there are only 8 other CB3 sites within the Main Streets overlay. So I feel that the engagement has actually been sufficient and actually goes beyond what we would typically do. That being said, as we move forward with district planning and zoning bylaw renewal, I think that's the time and that's the opportunity to have that fulsome conversation about what those zones are going to look like in the future and what the expected outcome could be on a location such as this one. And I do agree that given the additional time that we're going to take with zoning bylaw renewal, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for that. And I think that one of the things I look forward to with zoning bylaw renewal is providing some clear opportunities for more general mixed use zoning. And in the interim, I think that it's an important change for us to open the door for mixed use through CB3 and the necessary changes to the Main Streets overlay. And then just on the shadowing piece, I know that did come up. I actually feel that the amendments to the Main Streets overlay as presented will mitigate some of the concerns that we heard around shadowing, and that ultimately we will have to be open to these types of projects in order to achieve our climate and density goals. And then finally, not only will this project add much needed student housing, but I think it actually opens the door to community benefit in terms of more commercial and retail space for the entire area to enjoy, thereby furthering our goals towards walkable 15-minute communities. So I will end there. Happy to support this project. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador.
Thanks. I'll move second reading of Bylaw 20039 and Charter Bylaw 20040.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Any questions on the second reading? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of Bylaw 20039 and Charter Bylaw 20040.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel for consideration of third reading. Please, any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Consideration is granted.
And I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20039 and Charter Bylaw 20040.
Thank you.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right. Now we are heading into our last item, 3.12, Charter Bylaw 19823, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing Grosvenor. Councillor Knack exempted this. And is there a presentation from administration?
There is a presentation. If you just give us a moment to set up here, it's a new reality with switching out people in the front row here. The new old reality, I should say.
Thank you for your patience. Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Grosvenor neighborhood from the RF3 small-scale infill development zone to the RA7 low-rise apartment zone. Next slide, please. Initially, this application was presented to City Council on August 31st, 2021, and the premise remains the same as what is before Council today. The proposed RA7 would allow for a multi-unit residential building with a maximum height of 16 meters, or approximately 4 stories. Through the first round of public engagement, we heard community concerns around the loss of privacy and sunlight due to the height and massing of a building RA7 would allow. And we heard concerns of increased traffic and parking. Administration recommended support as it is an excellent location for increased density, and the standard zone of RA7 provides appropriate uses and development regulations to ensure compatibility with surrounding uses. After hearing the proposal, City Council passed a referral motion directing administration to work with the applicant and conduct additional community engagement. In response, administration hosted 2 online community meetings which were attended by the applicant team, neighborhood residents, and representatives of the Community League. The purpose of each meeting was for the applicant to present new information regarding their proposed development, gather community feedback, and make changes based on this feedback. Next slide, please. The subject site is composed of 3 parcels on 148th Street, half a block north of Stony Plain Road. The site is currently used for single detached housing and is surrounded by a mix of building forms, including small-scale residential to the north, a 3-story apartment building to the west, and a 1-story strip mall-style commercial building to the south. This is an excellent location for additional development intensity. The site is located near the edge of the neighborhood, half a block away from mass transit, including the future LRT route and stop on Stony Plain Road, an existing frequent transit bus route on 149th Street. It also benefits from being walking distance to the McKinnon Ravine, Comus Park, the commercial node of Jasper Gate Shopping Centre, and the stretch of businesses along Stony Plain Road. Next slide, please. The table on the slide compares the existing and proposed zoning. Both zones allow for multi-unit housing, and the main difference is the scale of building allowed. RF3 zoning caps the building height at 8.9 meters, or approximately 2.5 stories, while RA7 zoning allows a maximum height of 16 meters, or approximately 4 stories. Next slide, please. The images on the slide compare the maximum potential built form of existing and proposed zoning. You can see from the model the potential size of the 4-story building impacts the neighboring property to the north the most. To help improve the transition between the medium and small-scale buildings, the RA7 zone was recently amended in December of 2021 and requires a 3-meter interior side setback for buildings above 10 meters in height. Next slide, please. The referral motion allowed a relationship between the applicant and the community to be fostered, along with more time and opportunity for the community to discuss their concerns and for the applicant to commit to addressing some of them. For example, the community voiced that they were worried about parking competition, and the applicant indicated that underground parking would be provided as part of the development. However, the referral did present challenges, specifically around increasing the community's expectations for what can be regulated in a standard zone. Standard zone regulations cannot be changed on a site-by-site basis. RA7 contains uses and development regulations that ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses. These include the recent amendments to increase the interior side setback, further mitigating impacts of taller building beside a smaller building. After 2 online public meetings, the community provided a list of items that, if addressed, would result in a development they could support. These include reducing the building size, having an ownership versus a non-rental versus a rental model, so condominiums versus rental apartments, having a diversity of unit sizes, incorporation of more green design, concerns around bicycle and pedestrian safety, higher standards for building and landscape design, and community implementation. The applicant has noted and responded to each of these concerns in writing. Administration understands the community's concerns and recognizes that this application represents a major change in the community with impacts to neighboring properties. However, the zoning changes that are being proposed are in alignment with new city plan goals and objectives for densifying around nodes and corridors. Next slide, please. In the city plan, this site is considered to be within the primary corridor of Stony Plain Road. A primary corridor consists of a wide range of activities supported by mixed-use development and mass transit. The desired overall density is a minimum of 150 people or jobs per hectare, and this is achieved through mid- and high-rise buildings. This policy direction is already taking shape 1 block from the rezoning site at the intersection of 149th Street and Stony Plain Road. Recently approved rezonings for high-rise development include Jasper Gates Shopping Center to a mixed-use node with tower heights of up to 90 meters, and a high-rise commercial site with tower heights of up to 45 meters. The current application for a low-rise residential building is small scale given the direction of city plan and the magnitude of future LRT infrastructure in the area. The city plan is making more room for more people to live and work as our city grows, and it directs this growth primarily to nodes and corridors. On the ground, as we are seeing in this application, this means the transitional edges of neighborhoods grow in towards what is the traditional interior of neighborhoods. Next slide, please. An application like this represents and reflects the new policy direction from the city plan. Administration recognizes there will be impacts. However, those impacts are the trade-offs of a proposal that helps to achieve the goals of and aligns with the policies of the city plan. Administration continues to support the application of a standard RA7 zone. It increases density within the primary corridor and LRT route of Stony Plain Road. It adds additional housing choice near the edge of a neighborhood and gives more people access to mass transit, commercial, and open space amenities, and the zone contains sufficient regulation to address building transition concerns along a primary corridor. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to members of the public in favor. Jeff Lewis is to answer questions only on MJL developments. Fabio Capola to make a presentation. Stephen Yu to answer questions only, both from Investec Consulting Limited and Neil Carey to speak. So I'll go to Fabio Capola first. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Just waiting for it to pull up here. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Fabio Coppola, and I'm a senior planner with Investec Consulting, here to present on the proposed item 3.12 to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing in Grosvenor on behalf of the owner MJL Developments. Next slide. The subject site is located in the Grosvenor neighborhood, and the rezoning application is to rezone 3 contiguous parcels near the end of 148th Street from RF3 small-scale infill development zone to RA7 low-rise apartment zone. Next slide, please. The subject site is located approximately 300 meters from the future Stony Plain 149th Street LRT station. The subject site is also well served by existing pedestrian infrastructure. Next slide, please. A further demonstration of multiple modes of transportation, accessibility, and overall network of mobility that exists within the immediate area is displayed here. Next slide, please. This application began in March 2021, and since that period, the project team and owner have gone through extensive consultation and information sharing in order to arrive at where we are today. Next slide, please. Prior to submitting the formal rezoning application, Investec began by canvassing the neighborhood, speaking with residents, and hand-delivering information sheets to approximately 50 homes within an immediate affected area between 149th Street to 148th Street and Stony Plain Road to 103 Avenue. Next slide, please. The formal rezoning application was submitted at the end of March 2021. The application process included all necessary notification and engagement conditions. Next slide, please. At the August 31st, 2021 public hearing, a motion was made to refer the application back for additional engagement. Next slide, please. This referral resulted in 2 additional engagement sessions with the Community League to further discuss the proposal, share site-specific information, as well as respond to any further questions that attendees had. Moreover, a comprehensive information package was shared with the Community League several days prior to the scheduled January 24th online meeting, which included a letter from the owner to the Community League, shadow studies, a conceptual RA7 site plan, draft building elevations, as well as a formal presentation slide deck. Next slide, please. Through the project feedback, the Community League was seeking further detailed information on the proposed rezoning. Investec and the owner provided additional requested information to the Community League and highlighted what we could accommodate and what we couldn't within the January 24th engagement session. Next slide, please. Shadow studies were also completed and provided to demonstrate the shadowing impact on nearby properties using the proposed RA7 zone. Next slide, please. As part of the follow-up and response to the Community League, the owner provided an additional letter responding to further directives made by the Grosvenor Community League's February 4th letter. Next slide, please. Linking the application into existing city policy, the city plan informs the subject site being located within 1 to 2 blocks of a primary corridor. The proposed rezoning meets both the spirit and intent of the policy direction. Next slide, please. The city plan designates this area as residential within a primary corridor suitable for mid to high-rise development. However, what we have proposed is a low-rise apartment of 4 stories, which represents a concession in comparison to what city plan policy would support. Next slide, please. This application also meets TOD city policy, which seeks to optimize public transportation and land use compatibilities. Next slide, please. Moreover, this rezoning application represents an opportunity to bring online future missing middle housing in the form of a low-rise apartment. This is a critical component of the overall housing continuum, particularly within the established inner city. Next slide, please. In an effort to further alleviate privacy and shadowing concerns, City Council amended the RA7 zone to increase the side setback to 3 meters for buildings over 10 meters in height. Next slide, please. Housing affordability is something now more than ever that many Edmontonians are grappling with. This rezoning application will create an opportunity to provide alternative forms of unit and bedroom counts and in turn accommodate a greater mix of social and economic cohorts. Next slide, please. In conclusion, this application is to rezone from RF3 to RA7 through additional engagement on a standard zone coupled with robust information sharing. This application meets city plan policy and in turn will help meet greater city targets and initiatives. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Capola. I'll go to Mr. Curry. Mr. Neil Curry, good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Neil Carey. I live in the Grosvenor neighborhood, about a block and a half from the proposed rezoning site. Grosvenor really is a great neighborhood, quiet street, tree-lined streets, and it's within walking distance of lots of great amenities like grocery stores, playgrounds, the river valley, and the central reason I moved here, the LRT. I really do look forward to being able to welcome new neighbors into our neighborhood. I hadn't really engaged with this consultation on the application. I was aware of it, but I had put some time into consultations on city plan and those sorts of bigger picture items. And this seems so clearly consistent with the goals in that plan. I simply expected it to be approved. But once I learned that council had already deferred a decision here, and I'd seen the energy that some of my neighbors were putting into going door to door in order to fight this, I felt it was important to come out and voice my support. The time spent on developing citywide plans is only really well spent if site-specific decisions are made that are consistent with those plans. I'd also seen the letter that was in the administration's report, and it was signed simply the residents of Grosvenor. It didn't identify a group or organization or anything, and it had a lot of points I disagreed with, and frankly, some anti-renter language I felt was very offensive. And I just thought it was important to come out, set the record straight that that letter doesn't speak for me. There are some things that are unusual about this rezoning site. It's close to LRT, it's got great access to bike routes, and it's directly across the alley from a commercial and an existing low-rise apartment building. These seem like they make it unusually well suited to apartment style redevelopment. The only thing that I really see against it is that there is a single family home immediately to the north. And I'll be honest, if I lived in that house, I would probably be opposed to the development. But every densification opportunity is going to be next door to someone. My understanding from admin's report is that RA7 is considered one of the better transitional zones for this kind of site. If council does believe that 4 stories next to a single family home is unreasonable, then I would think that should be a wider discussion about just where we are going to put density then in order for the city plan to be implemented. Now, like my neighbors who are opposed to the application, I do have concerns about keeping the neighborhood quiet and making sure there's minimal car traffic. It's important to me that this site is in the transit-oriented development area where there's actually a parking maximum. Fewer parking stalls means there's going to be fewer cars. And finally, I just wanted to say about having McKinnon Ravine right across the street. It is, anyone who's lived in an apartment knows how important it is to have access to public green space nearby. And there really can't be a better location for apartment living than this close to the river valley. To me, the question here is all about whether the plans that council, administration, and citizens have put a lot of time into developing are really meaningful and subject, or are they subject to just how organized a local opposition is? There will be opposition to almost every densification. If we really want a 15-minute city, one that houses twice as many people in the same footprint, applications like this one have to be approved. And I just have a hard time imagining a site where the decision would be any easier than this. Thank you for your time. Please vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Now we'll go to questions to members of the public. I see Councillor Neck, I saw you just waiting for the board to appear, but I did see your name. Here you go, Councillor Neck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for these presentations. So I have a number of questions. Can I start with you, Mr. Lewis? Wanted to chat because I think we're about to hear, and I think the community has summarized, a number of community members, appreciating we just heard from one who feels differently, that they outlined a list of concerns. And the one that really stood out to me, because it wasn't just from the group of residents, it was also from the community league itself, who typically doesn't take a position on rezonings, is that they felt the engagement was, I'm going to use the word underwhelming. I think some folks might even use stronger words than that. So I wanted to start with the last recommendation in the letter, which is that we've heard from residents here clearly about their desire to have a working group to be able to work through, as best one can, the other 6 items listed in the report. So I wanted to get a sense from you, because your response letter didn't acknowledge that particular piece, and so are you willing to be part of a working group with a couple of the residents if this were to be approved?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Mack. We have heard the community's concerns, and we would like to be a part of this great community. We are open and willing to share information with the community in the future. We plan to follow the setbacks and height restrictions within the standard zoning bylaw.
So I'd like to push a little bit more just on that. So their desire, again, appreciate what you just said around setbacks and all that. They would like to have a working group to talk through. And again, appreciate that if you have a standard zone, you're allowed to go through and do certain things. But I think their desire is to just be able to have a chance to engage with you while you're doing that work, and to maybe offer suggestions to see if you'd be open to it. So are you willing to actually be part of a working group with a couple of the residents there?
Yes, we will meet with them. I mean, throughout the process, a couple engagements we have met with them before, so we will continue to meet with them. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be part of this community, so that's not a problem.
Okay, so I've heard a commitment and a willingness to sit down as part of a working group. Again, I think their suggestion was a small group, a couple of residents that can be regularly in communication, and they then might relay things to the broader community because I think they have a petition of about 300 residents. So their hope is not to have a group of 300 people meeting with you at all times, but to be able to meet with you to share what they've been hearing, to offer some ideas for you to hopefully take those seriously as part of any development. So that's what you're willing to do, is what I've heard.
Correct.
Okay. So I do want to go through some of the specific items, and I don't know if it's to you, Mr. Lewis, or Mr. Coppola, or the rest of the delegation here for that, and I'll come to Mr. Carey in a bit. I wanted to cover a few pieces. So one of the examples of an area that I feel was raised that's quite valuable to discuss is the setbacks and the impact of the size. The proposal that you shared in January does have a larger setback than what would be required under the RA7 zoning for at least a good chunk of the middle of the building closest to that property. On the other side, there is a planned sidewalk, and one of the questions I think that might arise is, are you able to look at, what if you didn't have that sidewalk and shifted the building over another meter, and then just, people would use the alley anyways as their entrance to and from on the sides? Again, no, I'm not looking necessarily to get you to commit, but I wanted to get a sense of, have you looked at that? Is that something you would be open to? Because I think it's something that's going to come from the residents.
Is it okay if I defer to Fabio on this
Absolutely, yeah, whoever, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question, Councillor Knack. I think that would get fleshed out and determined ultimately in conjunction with the Development Authority at the time of the development permit application, and also through consultation or further discussion with the working group. So
sure.
Not to say that that wouldn't be an opportunity, but can't definitively say that that would be a possibility either.
So open to considering it, which is great. And I'm not necessarily looking for you to commit yourself. I just wanted to make sure that there's...
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. So because part of it might be, what if it's not buildable? If for some reason that doesn't work, I want to appreciate that. I'm going to have more questions, and I'm out of time on round one, so Looks like nobody else is here, so it's going to be a fun time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Can you move the second round?
That's very self-serving, but I'll
I can
happily
move the
move it.
second round.
Okay. Councillor Principe moved the second round. Somebody second that, please.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel seconded that. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few more questions. Ownership model came up, and I appreciate Mr. Johnson at a later time will tell me why that I'm not allowed to consider that as part of our legal process. But I do just want to get a sense from you, if we're being realistic, from what I understanding, the condo market is not strong, so it is highly likely this would be viewed more as a rental than it would be a condo. And again, not committing you, but it feels like that's the way the current market is.
Yes, that's correct as of right now, but the market does change quite quickly. So right now, that's most likely.
I want to know what's realistic and what's not, and make sure the community has clear expectations as part of what they've identified in their letter. The question around unit distribution, that's the other piece. I want to get a sense on if you have thought about, particularly what we've seen in RA7s is usually on the ground floor, more that's where we'll see 3-bedroom units to entice that family development that we just heard about in the previous item. Have you thought about that? Is that something you're looking at, particularly on the main floor?
Yeah, we have heard the community ask for that. We will consult with our architect and team to discuss the possibilities of that request.
Okay, all right. Green design was something I highlighted in there. Bicycle and pedestrian safety was in there. I think we can. Well, the question that does come up, and again, I think it's worth asking it here, and it's been talked about in some previous community meetings, is that there is that desire for an underground parkade. I appreciate that it's very close to the LRT, and so maybe a lot of folks moving in might be less likely to own a car, but I wanted to get a sense from you. I've heard you state that you plan, there's no way you're not building this without an underground parkade. Is that still the case?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And I think those are going to be my main questions for you. And I want to go to Mr. Carey for a bit. Mr. Carey, thanks for joining, and I appreciate that you have a different view. And I did get a few emails from residents in the neighborhood who had supportive comments, but there is a very large petition in your neighborhood of folks who aren't. And you've shared some of the reasons why you're supportive of this. And I guess the one question I would ask you, though, is that Grosvenor is a little different than most. There's very few communities in the city that already have sort of the standard zone RF3. So Ritchie has it, a handful of other spots have it, but very few spots are pretty much entirely zoned for a higher form of density compared to most mature neighborhoods. And so one of the questions that might come up, and I want to pose it to you, is that this community does actually have a higher amount of density permitted through the existing zoning than what most mature neighborhoods have. How would you respond to that and say, well, some of the community members might say, well, then why do this if we have this already set up through the neighborhood?
Well, to me, I mean, RF3 is still clearly a low density zone, particularly as Edmonton doesn't have a single family only zone anymore. So you're really talking about the difference of an RA1, you can put 3 units, a basement suite, a garage suite, and a main suite on a site. And in an RF3, you can put 4. So it's not, I don't think, as different as it once was. I mean, anytime we're spending billions of dollars on transit, I think it's reasonable to expect that we're going to be housing more people close to that. And so I think that more people than what we currently have would probably be expected in most neighborhoods. I used to live in Oliver, and I would expect that probably the sites close to the LRT corridor are probably going to become even more dense.
Okay.
No,
thank you for that. The last question, you said one of the concerns that you did have is around that idea of maintaining quiet and safe streets. How do you envision that sort of coming to life in your neighborhood? You know, if you are going to see more development, if RF3 is going to go with basement suites, you know, I think there's already one development permit on the floor for that right now. So how do you envision that in sort of the future state?
Well, to me, this is all part of a larger vision of Edmonton that is less reliant on cars. And so the parking maximums, I think they're still too high, but I think that that's part of it, that close to an LRT station, you just can't build a huge amount of parking. I know that we're doing a thing with the street labs this summer, and I'm hoping that there will be some efforts there to cut off, you know, shortcutting and those sorts of things that will hopefully keep the streets on a quieter level and just prevent driving through. I mean, you drive on Stony Plain Road, it doesn't affect me. You drive on 103rd Ave, that has an impact on the neighborhood, right?
Yeah, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and that concludes the questions to panel in favor. Now we will go to community members in opposition, and I'll check if Gregory McDonald is there.
Mayor Sohi, this is Brian Murnahan. I'm second on the list. Mr. McDonald's to my left. As between us, I was going to go first.
So you're Brian Murnahan?
Murnahan, yes.
Murnahan. So, okay, you want to go first? Okay, we'll go first. Then Gregory McDonald. Is Pat Keatley there?
Yes.
Okay, you'll go third. And Marilyn Bradley? Marilyn?
Just you two.
She appears in the meeting. She just might be on mute.
Okay, we'll wait for her. She'll be number 4. And Morris Fiske? Morris? Are you there?
Yep.
Okay, number 5. And Jason Abtosway.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, good. So we'll start with Brian. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask, I have some comments prepared. I think they're going to take me about 5 minutes and 20 seconds. I would appreciate if I could 1 extra minute. And I understand, having shared my comments with...
I'll keep monitoring. If you just start, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I appear here today in opposition of the subject application on the basis that the consultation referred by this council has been inadequate. I sent to your offices and the city clerk a copy of the petition signed by 315 Grosvenor residents in respect of our opposition. I'm happy to answer questions about that petition later, but I'm not going to restate the content here. You've also been provided our letter of February 4, outlining the residents' specific concerns, and with it, a proposal to create a working group of community residents. Until today, that had been met with silence. As you have seen from the responding letter, our concerns were mostly dismissed offhand, and the proposal for the working group was not answered at all. The process of getting to those letters themselves has been fraught. It began when this application first came to council on August 31st and was referred back to the developer for consultation with the community. We were approached by the city planner with a proposal for a meeting on December 13th with 2 weeks' notice. The community members approached unanimously requested that that meeting be moved to the new year, which was dismissed by the city council on the grounds that they, quote, try to keep a 2-week buffer from Christmas when engaging with the public, which we've done in this case, close quote. When I pointed out to him that December 13 is within 2 weeks of Christmas, and stressed the fact that this was supposed to be about community engagement, I was again met with silence. So we met with the developer on December 13 against our objections, and at that meeting, the city planner actively advocated for the project on behalf of the applicant and fielded questions on behalf of the applicant despite our objections. The city planner told us that our community was well suited for this proposal because the community is, quote, not unique, end quote. That comment was not met with a great deal of enthusiasm. On January 24th, we again met with the applicant. There had been no change to the proposal in spite of our feedback. As a community, we decided in advance of that meeting we would provide our feedback by letter in order to avoid a characteristic problem that was developing. Namely, that we were receiving minutes of our meetings from city staff that poorly or only partly characterized the community's feedback. We wanted our feedback to be presented both to the applicant and to this council as intended. Which brings us to today. Throughout the course of this process, we have been keeping an open mind. And in spite of that, we have been told time and again, first on August 31st by then Mayor Iveson, then by the city planner on December 13th, and again by Councillor Knack at a meeting with constituents on January 10th. Change is hard. Change is hard. It struck us at a community that we were either expected to change or else expected to have change effected on us, but there was no reciprocal expectation on the applicant. Change was supposed to be hard for us. Change was not supposed to be hard for them. In fact, they weren't expected to change at all. The only person who suggested to the applicant that they need to change their approach was then Councillor McKean, who, on August 31st in this chamber, opined that our community, and indeed Edmonton, deserves better than this proposal. He railed against utilitarian, block-like buildings that offer nothing to the community at large and serve only to maximize return on investment. He stressed that developers need to get creative to meet the character of the communities in which they build if they hope to have a lasting impact and better local communities and the city at large. We took those words to heart. With them and the city plan as our guides, we wrote the letter you have been provided in the administration's report. You will note on page 5 of the administration's report that the current zoning of RF3 allows the applicant to build up to 12 principal dwellings, 12 secondary suites, and 12 garden suites, 36 units under the current zoning. We have been advised several times that this proposed development under RA7 would be 40, a difference of 4 total units. Notably, however, development within the current zoning would address nearly all the community's concerns, including building height and shadowing, ensuring adequate green space, and a development that meets the character of the community. These are, I'm sure, concerns you on council have heard a number of times and may not ultimately factor into your decision as to the appropriateness of this development. That does not make them unimportant or irrelevant, and they matter to the community where this development will be a permanent fixture that directly affects us every day where we live. We believe the reason this was not addressed at all in the applicant's response is that it would necessarily require them to get creative and to change. But if the applicant was unwilling to make that change and only agreeable to proceed on their terms, the community would put forth to the applicant proof positive that change does not have to be hard, and a community can change and show its willingness to change. In that letter was a roadmap for this applicant to gather consensus community support. And we were told by their dismissive response, they don't want it. They don't want to change, they don't need to change. They're entitled to this. The current application is not simply an application for rezoning, it is a referendum on community consultation as directed by this council. And on the parameters of that consultation, the applicants have demonstrated to us, both in the meetings, through their letter and at this hearing, that the community is an impediment to be overcome, not a body to be consulted. We ask that you deny this application on that basis, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Mr. McDonald. Yep.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone, or evening, almost. My name is Greg McDonald, and I have been a resident of Grosvenor on 148th Street since 2015, with my wife Mandy and my 2 kids, with another one on the way. Professionally, I am a co-owner of a local home design company, as well as an owner of a home building company. I have designed and built a number of net zero homes in Grosvenor and surrounding neighborhoods, alongside a family member of mine. In my design opinion, I feel that this rezoning is not fitting for these specific lots. There will be heavily impacted properties to the north of these proposed buildings, which will limit for future developers to wanting to develop on those properties. We have heard these concerns from our community as well. Currently, the majority of this neighborhood is RF3, including these lots in question. There is plenty of opportunity to develop a more dense building or set of buildings within this zone that will not affect shadowing or traffic. There is also an opportunity of downsizing for older members of the community to retire into future garage suite developments or basement suite developments. which will also promote more affordable housing for younger people like me to get into these mature neighborhoods, to find that affordability, and to utilize these opportunities. Outgoing Mayor Don Iveson mentioned that, specifically on August 31st, that he would like to see more dense buildings in that area. He spoke of the possibilities of a really cool opportunity of this property this lot could be used for something unique. Unique can happen within this current zoning. Outgoing Councillor McKean spoke on August 31st as well about not raising the bar enough when it came to design and development of lots like this. He spoke of density opportunities with the property that can be done with good design, and I believe so too. However, this is one of those situations where the developer may need that push into utilizing the current zone to achieve that good design and proper densification. That reflects a positive in the neighborhood's curbside appeal. When I design a home, I consider the wants and needs of not only my builder clients, but I also take into the needs of the community and the surrounding area. Every project, we consult with neighbors. It's a non-negotiable for us. As a community, we don't oppose the densification initiatives set out by the city, but we just feel that we would like to see RA7 properties or properties like it directly on the busier roads of 149th Street, 142nd Street, and Stony Plain Road. Our neighborhood in those areas could also have ground level retail development along this future LRT station directly on Stony Plain, with the residential spaces above, with the flanking alley being behind those blocks. There would be an increased buffering distance, which will aid in reducing the impact of the northern properties when it comes to sunlight. I take great pride in the over 900 homes I have designed and developed in this city. The companies I have worked for, the awards I have received in my home designs, and the homes I have designed for people in need and for local charities. There are many builders out there that are pushing the envelope of a better design, many of which I work for. As a community, we even provided a letter to the applicant outlining these items for a better design. We did the work for him. Solutions to the shadowing and the parking, and the hopeful proposal of an energy-efficient home like the ones I designed in that neighborhood, with a property that would be ideal for this net zero initiatives. You've seen the applicant's response to that letter, which was either items not addressed or items so vaguely answered there was no definitive result. We need to do better as a city. We need to do better as developers. When we last met in August, you mentioned that you have an applicant refer back to the administration to engage with residents of the Grosvenor community and the Community League to discuss the community concerns and return to a future hearing, this hearing today. We still feel like that has not been done. We feel that that is now sets a precedence of being this application denied. We responded as a community that the applicant did not do his due diligence, nor did his representatives. What we got were a few online meetings that the applicant had to attend, but there was no initiative, no door knocking, and no further engagement. I would have gladly offered my services to the applicant, and it's not like he doesn't know what we do, since he follows my company on social media and has positively commented on my work. I really hope he still takes up that offer.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to stop you here now.
That's my last line.
Good. Okay.
Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I'll go next to Pat Kitley, remotely joining us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think both Brian and Greg have covered most of my items. I'm in agreement with everything they said. One of the things just to bring up is we've asked whether any kind of traffic studies have been done, especially in the alley because of the commercial buildings, and nothing was ever done on that. Also, the shadowing studies, those are still outstanding and incomplete. In the last meeting, when we discussed it, it was found that the shadowing was very short in shadowing length, and we are still waiting for updates for that. So that's about all I have to add to what Brian and Greg said, and I'll pass the baton. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keatley. I'll ask if Marilyn Bradley is online. Joining us, Marilyn?
Yes, I am, and I just want, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say I support what Brian and Greg and Pat have said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll go next to Morris Frisky, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so nothing to add to Greg and Brian's comments there, but yeah, to add to what Mr. Knack said about the engagement being underwhelming, I think that's the comment that keeps coming up. And if I go back to the Garneau type of engagement that happened right before this, much more thorough, much more community involvement, open houses, and so on. We didn't see that. And full disclosure, I work for Edmonton Transit. I believe in the city plan. I know how important it is. And the densification, it's just, we don't feel the engagement has happened here. Again, with the Garneau plan, I believe that main streets, that affects the height of a building at 142 in Stony Plain Road, is it not? I just throw that out there as a comment that there's more densification or an opportunity coming there too, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frisky, and I'll go next to Jason Ebtosway. Go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, I think a lot of my concerns have been voiced. Thanks for hearing me out. I have a couple other points that I'd like to bring up. I've lived in Grosvenor here for 2 years. It's a great community. It's just, it's growing to be a stronger community, which I enjoy. I've been in Edmonton for the last 17, 18 years, and try to be involved in what's going on in the city. As an educator, we teach about democracy, that elected officials are there to represent us. This is in all levels of politics, right? It is clear that here, with the 315 petitions signed in just a week, that residents have spoken. So are the elected representatives going to act in the interest of the people who vote for them, or fall for one developer? This does not seem very democratic to me. I understand that this development checks off many boxes for the city, close to future LRT station, increase in density, etc. However, the size and the scope of this development will only cause other issues that is not being foreseen. And these issues, which were discussed also, these issues result in people not wanting to live in a city because of these issues. Does the city not want to attract new residents? How does this development on this size, on only 3 lots, increase attractiveness to Edmonton? It will only attract developers. But does this attract families, people who want to be part of a community? Or does this attract somebody who's going to buy 3 lots up and build the biggest possible thing they can build with no quality checks? I'm confused why this development needs to be this size. Density does not equate to quality. We've had various concerns with this development and with how it has been kind of transpired and how it's gone through. They haven't really answered our questions. They've kind of brushed everything underneath the rug and have not worked with the community at all, in my opinion. They've also been rude in the meetings and not willing to work with us. We are in a democracy, and you are elected officials who represent the people and not the developers. And that's all I kind of have to say on this.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'll go to council members for questions to the panel. Just give a second here. Here we go. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everyone for taking some time. I have a bunch of questions again, so we'll just get going. Maybe Mr. McDonald first, just because you do have that design experience, and you know, I'm going to be the first to acknowledge the engagement was not where we wanted it to be by any stretch. So let's cover that. I will say, finally, we did get some building design. So that was a nice thing to finally see in the January, I think it was the late January meeting. And I just wanted to get your sense from somebody who does that work. You know, the building design is it perfect? Probably not. It's further away than it has, you know, it's a slightly different design. So I just want to get your take on that. At least we got something on that. And how do you feel about what you saw? And what would you change from that design that you've been provided now?
Well, first off, I don't necessarily believe that what they've proposed to us is what is going to actually be built.
Possible, right? Yeah.
Because as soon as we pass this, it's pretty much back open to whatever they choose to do. And I think that they've kind of lost a lot of credibility with the discussions that you've had and what we've had.
Yeah.
I understand that it's hard to vote against credibility of a person, but I really hope that it does get considered in this decision. If I were to change the building's design, I would have proposed it to being 3 stories, which would have helped with the solar and any concerns with that. I would have also considered doing an L-shaped, something that would flank the side roadway, which would then also allow for a courtyard or some green area that would have been on the interior side of the building, where these people who they're trying to attract, these retired persons, have a place to do a garden or something that is more engaging instead of them just sitting on their balconies waiting for the sun to go down.
Okay, that's all. And then just because you have this experience, one thing that did jump out at me on top of some of those suggestions is that fact that, you know, the side closest to the alley, I don't know why you would say add a sidewalk there when essentially you could just use the alley to walk up to those. And I feel like there's an opportunity to shift that building closer, but you have experience doing that world or in that world. Any thoughts around that, about being able to say, okay, can you shift the building further? Is it possible? Is it practical?
Well, there's a fourplex that is existing in our neighborhood that was built just last year that does flank that side alley. It's on the same parallel, it's just 2 blocks over.
I know it well. Yeah, I knocked on those doors too. Yeah, absolutely. Another challenge, though, that we run into is this idea of a direct control zone versus standard zone, and you would know that through your development world, is that we don't want to necessarily do direct control zones everywhere, because that is challenging for a whole host of reasons. And it makes it then hard to achieve some of the broader citywide goals that I think a lot of us do share, which is not growing out forever, not continuing to use up good farmland. How do you feel? Is the issue, you might have felt better about a standard zone, but because of the way the engagement went, this is where your hesitation comes? Is that a fair point?
I think that's where a lot of people's hesitation is. Conveniently, I find that at first, where you had to then talk to your own City of Edmonton employees to kind of pick things up a bit when they were doing these engagement meetings throughout the Christmas holidays. I feel that the approach of the developer kind of makes it rather questionable to doing a DC2, and I don't think that a DC2 is necessarily the proper thing to do either. I think that sticking to the original RF3 zoning, because it's unique to that neighborhood, there's not a lot of neighborhoods like it, is we have an opportunity to develop densely populated spaces in that area, just under that regular zoning. And then they have the freedom to do whatever they want. They'll still turn a profit. They aren't going to lose money off of this, so it's not like he's losing his shirt.
Appreciate that. I have 2 more questions that they'll be longer than 20 seconds. So I'll save 20 seconds and come back.
No worries. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the speakers that came out today. I really have just 2 questions for, I believe, Mr. McDonald, the second speaker we heard from. You know, you made a comment around this zoning and this development not being fit for the site or not fitting for these sites. And I'm just, I have the city plan up and recognizing that this site is basically at the intersection of a primary and secondary corridor. And if we look at what would be expected on a site like that, the potential size and scale of primary corridors is about 1 to 2 blocks on each side of the actual corridor on the street. And typical massing and form would begin mostly at a mid-rise with some high-rise as well. So the RA7 that's being proposed, to my understanding, would be considered kind of on the low end of that definition of mid-rise. So if you could, I'm trying to understand why you feel that RA7 is not fitting, just given that context of the city plan. They'd of course had, extensive engagement with Edmontonians.
Well, I feel that like when you have RA7s in this neighborhood specifically, I think it would be much more appealing to have them on the, like specifically on those roadways, having something right on Stony Plain Road. Because I personally would like to see a lot of opportunities where there's more retail in our neighborhood. We asked them for the possibility of doing retail, and the applicant had denied wanting to do that. The other thing that I would like to point out is during one of our online meetings, one of the City of Edmonton employees, I'm not entirely sure which one, kind of said that the definition of this corridor does have to be looked at again. And this is one of those examples where that corridor does come into play. There's opportunities of doing RA7, don't get me wrong, but with this flanking alley that's just north of the cafe, that's just south of these proposed properties, that's actually a very important alley. You can have a good natural buffer between the more dense populated homes and the lower and mid-density residential. RF3 allows that, and I don't think it should change.
Okay, I appreciate your comments on that. And then just a second question, kind of following from Councillor Knack, but I keep coming back to what is before us is a conventional rezoning from RF3 to RA7 and not a DC, because of course with a DC that's where you can get into some of those questions and comments around the actual design of the building, but recognizing that that's not what's before us. I did hear a lot of kind of questions and concerns raised around the actual design and the quality of the design. But strictly when it comes to zoning and, conventional RA7, you feel that if we're purely looking at the zoning, is it the scale that you feel is out of context? If we remove some of the design questions?
I feel that the scale and the massing of the building is too much for what the area should support. As a developer, and I think of the more northern properties of that, I think those will be hard to resale without doing another large volume building or something along the lines of it. If you just took a little bit of work to design something a little bit better, we could get the best developments out of not only those properties in question, but the properties surrounding it as well.
Okay, thank you very much for those answers. I'll let Councillor Knack continue on. Thanks so much.
Thank you, but you
I'll move a
can
second round.
second round. Thank you, Councillor Salvador, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Principe. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
We've all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a bit of a general question, it could be to anyone, because, I want to push on one piece, because, quick bit of backstory, I remember while I was knocking on doors in the neighborhood, chatted with a number of different seniors in the community who did express concern about not necessarily having a lot of choice of where they'd want to move if they can't maintain their house. You do have one condominium on 144th Street and Stony Plain Road. and you have that 3-story apartment building on 149th. And beyond that, there aren't any other buildings like that in the neighborhood. There's a lot of different varieties you can do in the RF3 zone, but not everyone wants that or can live in something like that, depending on their age and ability. So the two questions is, and I did get a sense from some of the answers that you're not necessarily opposed to this, to that idea of another building or multiple buildings in the neighborhood. The part I want to ask about, and I'm happy to turn it to anyone, is that why do buildings only have to be on the edge of the neighborhood? And I'll preface that with, as somebody that lives in a condo building with my partner, my parents live in Summit Village, which is on the other side of the ravine. My sister and her partner live in an apartment building. Like, most of my family happens to be apartment buildings, and yet we're often relegated to the edges. And is that right? Should we have all apartment buildings only on the edges? So whoever wants to take, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Murnaghan.
I'll pop in there. Thank you, Councillor. I think this question actually ties in interestingly to the question that Councillor Salvador just asked. And that goes back to what Greg was saying, which is, if you build...
Can you move a little bit closer to your mic?
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If you were to build a building of this size, I would encourage all the councillors to go back and look at the shadow studies. The building directly to the north of it is 100% in shadow 100% of the year. That house is now unlivable and unsellable and undevelopable unless you put up a building as large as the one next to it. So that naturally is going to make larger buildings towards the periphery. You've seen a recent development in Westmount, and I'm sure you're all actively engaged in that process. That is at the north end of the community along 107. It does not have shadow impacts to any neighbors to the north because there is a 6-lane street to the north of it. Within this community, we are awash with higher density or middle density developments with main floor suites along 103 Avenue, 104 Avenue, and 106 Avenue. We also have fourplexes on 148th Street, directly across the street from this proposed building, bungalow fourplexes where people with mobility issues live. There's a fourplex two houses to the north of me. Again, one of our neighbors has mobility difficulties. Across the street from me, there's a person who's hearing impaired, and they also live in a rental bungalow that's part of a fourplex. So there is, under the current zoning, development opportunities much larger than those fourplexes that are currently there. And we believe under the current zoning, there are those opportunities that you just described.
Great. And feel free, that was sort of my last big question, so if anyone else on the panel wanted to respond to that, I would be happy to hear thoughts, and if no one, that's okay. Please, go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
I'd like to add a little bit to that.
Thank you.
When we talk about retirees in our neighborhood, I have a perfect example of that. This past summer, one of my neighbors about 4 houses down had a spill in his house, and he was on the ground for 7 days. It wasn't until the surrounding neighbors that noticed that he hadn't been coming out of his house on his regular basis that we noticed something was up. I ended up breaking into his back window and saving his life because we got an ambulance there in time. I don't necessarily think that being in an apartment building for elderly people is the necessarily way to go. There's opportunities to building fourplexes and garden suites that are also area-free or good for disabled people. There's also government grants that can also help these people with paying those rents that are available as well. There's opportunity here, and I think that the RF3 zoning still promotes that and supports that, and I think as a community of us specifically, we like the idea of having that diverse age group in our areas.
Great. That's pretty much my time. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton?
I'll be really quick. I heard Councillor Knack, and forgive me if I missed this question to the panelists, but I heard Councillor Knack ask the panelists in favor, particularly the developer, if they would commit to being part of a working group. And I heard an affirmation that they would commit to being part of a working group to address some of the issues that the neighbors have brought up with this development. And I'm wondering if I'm wondering if you know, if this is something that the community feels they could work with, if they can, if they would be amenable to being part of that working group with the developer.
Sorry, Councillor Hamilton, is that directed to us or to the developer?
No,
To you. Yeah.
Oh, well, we proposed it.
Okay. All right. So
we had reached out and said to the developer, hey,
yeah.
we would like to see a number of specific issues addressed. We have real concerns about putting in a development of 40 buildings at the end of a street where the LRT is going to cut off one of the egress points from that street. We have concerns when they told us this is going to be an active lifestyle community. We're going to try and encourage people to bike more and be pedestrian friendly. And so we turned and said, well, can you show us in any quantifiable or qualitative way what the impact is going to be on those bikers and pedestrians? And said, hey, can you work with us to get to that end? And they just didn't tell us anything.
I feel like that was
now
sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. Now we've had that commitment, or I heard affirmation from the developer on that. So if this application were to proceed, you're comfortable if this application proceeds with that arrangement informally? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think at this point we have concerns about any informality. We have tried to get on a number of occasions any sort of firm commitment to really anything, and we have not been able to secure that on any front at any time throughout this process.
We're really trying to work with this guy. It's just that with the way that things have panned out, we understand that there's no legal requirement for them to stay committed to us if this gets approved, and that significantly concerns us.
Great, thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure who can answer this question, but every speaker has mentioned the shadowing. And from what I can see, it's only going to affect realistically one property. Is that correct? The way a four-story building would?
At the height of summer, it would be the full property to the north and a half property north of that. In the winter, it would be the entire block north to 103 Avenue from Stony Plain, or sorry, from where this development would commence up a full avenue, which would be 7 properties. And I heard an interesting comment on the last application, which was the width of the building impacts shadowing more than the height does. And this building, it's important to realize these lots are 183 feet deep. This is a very unique part of the city, and in particular of Grosvenor. It's not a standard 120-foot deep lot. It's very, very long, so the shadow is going to be enormous. And that's why in our letter we had said, if we could limit the size of the building or look at creative design options to minimize that, and you'll see on page 27 of the administration report that the developer actually committed to rerunning shadow studies under the RF3 and under new design options, and then never followed up on that.
A 3-story building would make quite a significant change in those concerns.
Yeah, you know, as Councillor Salvador mentioned, the city did do extensive consultation, and that's how the city plan was created. And this, you know, a 4-story building almost seems like it's like quite low density for, you know, considering where the property is located. But I do understand the, you know, concerns about the shadowing. But are the people that actually live in those houses, have they opposed this?
Yes, all the current residents of those properties are signed on to the petition.
I believe we have 100% support in those areas.
Yeah, within the notice area of this petition. My neighbors directly to the north were in Scotland for 3 weeks. My neighbors across the street and south 2 doors were in Arizona. And apart from those, there's 100% opposition to how this consultation was conducted. Oh yeah, sorry, it goes much further than that, but within the notice that was actually provided of this hearing.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to mention to Mr. Abbotsway, is that correct? Yes. Sorry, about democracy. And, you know, I just wanted to reiterate that the city plan was created through great consultation of all Edmontonians. So that's how, you know, I do respect the speakers that have come out to speak in opposition, but, you know, Edmonton has spoken through the city plan as well. So I do see that as a democracy as well. I just wanted to mention. Thank you.
Okay. I just think that it's kind of absurd that this size of building is even being thought of in a development or in an area like Grosvenor here. And it is unique. It's not right on Stony Plains. This also goes to Andrew Knack's question about why do they have to be on the outskirts? I understand that because we talked about the shadowing and privacy, but also just for access. Like, we know that the LRT is coming through. It's going to be blocking that access to turn into Grosvenor. Where are all the vehicles going to go? And, you know, when we asked these questions to the developer, they didn't even really have any answers. Like, yes, they said underground parking, but how many stalls are going to be down there, right? Is it going to be 5? Is it going to be 20, right? And my thing about democracy is that I think that I just want to make a point that it's pretty clear that this community has spoken. And I think it's pretty clear that this size of this development is not correct. And the developer is not doing it his due diligence on working with the community. And it's really difficult not to get frustrated. So I didn't mean a personal vendetta or anything about talking about democracy, but it's really difficult not to talk about it when we have so many people in such a short time trying to fight this, and seems like it's just going to get pushed through because the city sees this as an opportunity for taxes. And I don't see that. Edmonton shouldn't be that way. Edmonton should do better, and we can do better if the development was a nice development, and try to bring in community members and family members, right? So, anyways, sorry about that.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the questions to members of the public. Now we'll go to questions of administration. And Councillor Councillor Knack, I know you're trying to click in, something's going on, but you can go ahead.
No, it's okay, I'll take it. He can wait. No, just kidding.
No, Councillor Knack.
Thank you. I realize that I have been logged out at hit the 8-hour mark. So actually, Councillor Jans, if he can start, I can log back in and get my questions. Thank you.
Sure, just helping you buy time. Could administration clarify for me? I'm sorry, I'm reading the report. What was this property previously zoned as?
The current zoning is RF3.
RF3. So what would have been the maximal unit that could have gone in to that site?
Well, as the report lays out, it potentially could have 36 units. It depends on the configuration and
under the conventional zoning.
Yeah.
Now the applicant is asking to go up to 45, and if this was to be rejected now by council and we were to proceed with district planning, and there was a new district plan, do we have a sense of what a location like this close to a TOD? I mean, we just approved a 22-story project further away from an LRT station than this project. Am I correct?
yes, so the 45 actually in RA7 is a minimum dwelling units per hectare. There is no maximum on the units in that zone. To give you a sense, it's not exactly apples to apples, but a city plan in a primary corridor asks for a minimum of 100 people or jobs per hectare. So
yeah. And could I ask a question to legal? I understand our role here is to be an adjudicator, if you will, of process. To what extent are we able to take into account commitment to engagement or for lack of a better term, good faith participation, or the behavior of an applicant or not. Is that even something that can be considered by councillors?
Councillor, a good question. This is Jamie Johnson. The characteristics of the applicant is generally not taken into consideration in rezonings for two reasons. One, it's not a land use consideration, but two, the zoning carries on into perpetuity. We don't know who will own this property next week, a year from now, anything of the sort. So it's a very dangerous road to go down.
So it's conceivable that if I hear you correctly, the only decision we have now is what is the most appropriate zoning for the site? Should it be RA7? Should it be RA9 or whatever, DC2? And that is the only decision we're allowed to make. Am I correct?
It's not that black and white. That is clearly your primary decision. You can also be considering the viability of whether this land will redevelop, what that should look like, what other factors come into play, traffic, density, height, sun shadow, everything of the sort that relate to land use consideration. But the primary decision you're making is, yes, what is the appropriate zone for this site? And before you is to remain as RF3 or to go to RA7.
Can I ask administration, I believe that property just adjacent west is a DC2. Given the sort of uniqueness of this site next to the commercial to the south, did administration consider pushing the applicant towards a DC2 or maybe even an RA9, given the TOD potential here too?
Councillor Jans, direct control provisions are a zoning tool that we use when we want to control a sensitive land use, or if a site or an area has unique characteristics. So, for example, if a site had environmental concerns, or the area is of heritage interest, or is associated with area redevelopment plans. In this case, the standard zone of RA7 is the appropriate zone in this neighborhood.
Hearing though that we're so close to TOD though, and just from a broader city plan perspective, it appears almost to be underzoned. Is that correct?
I mentioned in the presentation that it is a lower scale than what city plan is suggesting could be developed here, and is directing as mid-rise and high-rise development in order to achieve the density goals that we're seeking in the area and adjacent to TOD.
And is there a contemplation of mixed use, like family-friendly units here, 3 bedrooms or anything else? Is any of that a consideration? I believe there's density bonusing in RA9, am I correct?
There is in RA7 also includes incentives to diversify the unit types for family-friendly, so they can receive an increase in FAR, floor area ratio, if they included 10% of their units as family-friendly.
And is that being contemplated here?
The applicant has indicated when responding to the community that they are looking to provide a diverse unit types and layouts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to start at Mr. Saeed's on the call, I imagine. He never leaves our public hearings, I think. Mr. Saeed, wanted to ask about the intersection of 148th Street and Stony Plain Road. I believe, if I have reviewed my LRT plans enough, which I hope I have at this stage, that the plan for that intersection is to be an upgraded crosswalk as part of the LRT design. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, and I think that's important because if you, with any type of development, that's going to become a more significant pathway, and I know the bridge is being rebuilt, and so we know a lot of people will need that, independent if this were to be approved or not, going down. So what's the standard that it's going to be built to? Do you know?
It will be signalized for pedestrians only.
Signalized for pedestrians only. Okay, so it'll actually stop traffic at that point. It's not just, all right, that's helpful. I wanted to ask about the sun shadowing piece and appreciate, the questions that were just asked, that maybe something higher might be proposed under city plan. Nevertheless, there's a very real impact to the neighbor immediately adjacent, and we shouldn't ignore that. your sun shadow impact in the report did not incorporate any of the conceptual design, correct? Because you want to sort of show what's the worst case scenario. Is that fair?
What the maximum potential build, yep.
Do we do any verification? Because I do know in the presentation we had from the applicant that I think their design, their updated design is reflected in some of their shadow studies. Do we look at that? Do we verify? Do we have any comments on what they've provided to date?
We do review the submittals, and
does it look, I guess the question is there an updated study looking reasonable or fair, like it's been done correctly to?
it does. It is. We have, if we want to pull up the presentation, we have the applicant's sun shadow study, at least for summer solstice.
Yeah, I mean, I get in winter it's sort of everywhere, and but yeah, I saw the summer piece and was going through that said, still in spring and fall, it's they'll, no matter what they have, it'll be in shadow. That leads me to the question around setbacks. So I think the standard setback without a variance would not allow them to move any closer to the alley than what they're probably proposing right now. How would we look at that? Because I have heard an openness, assuming it can be done from a technical perspective, to maybe shifting that building further to the south. Is that something, when we look at that, if a variance is applied for, how do we look at something like that when potentially the applicant and the community might be interested in seeing that shift to allow some of those broader goals to be addressed, potentially helping to address sun shadow?
So, Councillor, through the DP review, and if there's that application of variance, part of that application of variance requires that extra public consultation, and if, as you were saying, everyone's in agreement, it would be looked upon favorably in terms of granting that variance if it meets other parts of the zone and the regulations. So it can't be viewed in isolation per se, but that public consultation and that feedback from the surrounding community members, if it's positive, that does come into play to the development officer's decision.
Okay, so again, while we couldn't pre-commit what a development officer would say, if generally speaking, every community and applicants are on board, there's rarely circumstances we would refuse that request unless it created a technical or an environmental type challenge. Those are the type of things we would look at.
I think that's generally safe to say. However, in saying that, that building then becomes a Class B development, which is usually developers and applicants strive for that Class A because it provides greater certainty in terms of timelines and everything else. So I wouldn't predicate your decision today based off of that possibility, but based on the appropriateness of the zone to its full, built out to its fullest extent. That's fair. I guess the follow-up to that is that if you did run into a scenario where you had community agreement and applicant agreement, does the length of time for that permit application have to take the maximum amount of time, or if you've got general agreement, is that able to be moved forward quicker? It has to take that minimum amount of time in order for everyone to have that appropriate ability to appeal that decision. 14, 21 days? I can't remember.
It's 21.
21, okay. I'm pretty much out of time. Yeah, I might have a few more questions if that's okay. I know we're coming up on 5:30.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a few questions. One is on the engagement. Is it administration's responsibility to ensure that engagement was met the standard or the requirements?
So the application, was referred back last year for additional engagement. There was no specification as to what that engagement looked like.
But do you have a standard where you determine that engagement was satisfactory in order to support an application?
I believe that is best left to you and the rest of council to determine if what the engagement was provided was sufficient. So those 2 additional virtual meetings, there isn't necessarily in this scenario a clear-cut checklist because it's somewhat unique in the fact that it's being referred back for additional engagement. In general, a standard application such as this would probably take the shape of a standard advance notice and an Engage Edmonton page. And this one had the advance notice, the Engage Edmonton page, and then 2 virtual meetings, because it was during the time where we weren't able to meet in person.
Okay. And my second question is, at what stage or how much consideration do we give to quality design? Because when we build, once a building is built, it's there for decades. And as we build a beautiful city, if it's going to be a box like, there's nothing to see here that will give you a sense what kind of building is going to be like, right? So how do we determine that is what is built is quality?
So what's before you today is the standard zone and not the design that's being shown by the applicant. How quality is determined in this instance, if this zone were to be approved, would be if through the development permit application process that the regulations within the zone which regulate and stipulate there's certain design elements that need to occur, such as at-grade entries, which provide a different building form than just say a straight walk-up
So there's
apartment.
standard that needs to be followed at a development permit stage.
Correct.
Right? Okay, got it. When I look at your slide number 10, and I look at the building footprint, it does look awfully big. Is that are the buildings the maximum that is allowed under, so that's what it is, right?
Yeah, that's the maximum potential build-out, and then showing the setbacks from all the property lines. So it does show a box, but there is architecture, as Mr.
But are
Paul-
there any kind of setbacks from story, say, 3rd to the 4th, or is just like a straight 4-story box could potentially look like?
Could potentially look that way, but there are requirements in the zoning that ask for architectural interest and further a step back, I think is what you're referring to, at a certain height, isn't required until about 4 stories, so it wouldn't be required in particular on this building.
So it could potentially look like a square box. Okay. All right. No wonder that community is concerned. So, okay, I will take the, I will move the.
I don't have any further questions. You asked some of the questions.
Okay,
I had,
got
so.
it. Okay. All right, I'll take the chair back then.
Yeah, chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And so that concludes the questions to administration. And our next step is to ask council members if you have any questions arising out of the information, new information, that you wish to ask the members of the public or administration. I see none.
Mr. Mayor, just looking at the time, and there might be a couple of us who speak to it, we're like right up against 5:30, but I think if we were to extend to 5:45, we could probably be finished.
I have a.
Or
have
just
a-
to finish. I'll put forward the motion to extend orders to finish, assuming we probably won't be more than.
Sure.
Second.
Second by Councilor Salvador. And I do have a meeting at 5:30, but I'll see if I can extend that, a little, push that back a bit. Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councilor Knack.
Sure, I can move closure of the public hearing on item 3.12.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councilor Cartmel. Any questions on closing of the public hearing? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Paquette,
Councilor Paquette,
we have all the votes.
got it. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councilor Knack.
Sure, I'll move first reading of item 3.12 and speak to it at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Second.
Councilor Cartmel seconded it. So first reading has been moved. So would you like to speak at this time, Councilor Knack?
I can wait until see if there's others. I think there might be others first.
All right, let's see. Council Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, just want to again thank the speakers who came out today. So I have a few things just want to close on here and just start by again reiterating the location of this site. You know, it's been brought up a few times that of course this is at the intersection of a primary and secondary corridor, steps away from a brand new LRT stop. And this is where I would expect to see this scale of development, absolutely. As was mentioned, the size and scale of primary corridors is expected to extend 1 to 2 blocks in on each side of the street. And this type of mid-rise development is what I would consider kind of on the low end of what we would expect to see in terms of density on a site like this. And just to the engagement piece, you know, I think I appreciated Councillor Principe's comments just around the city plan and the extensive engagement that went into that and the vision it presents. And it really is a plan that was built by and for Edmontonians. And I think we do have a responsibility to carry that out as well and to fulfill the vision that was set out by our communities, both current and future. So the interesting thing about the city plan is that it recognizes that change and evolution is an integral part of achieving that vision. And, you know, if we don't change and evolve, other changes are going to occur that may be even more uncomfortable. You know, if we don't move towards our density targets, we actually move further away from our climate goals and targets. If we don't offer greater housing choice in our neighborhoods, seniors who may have lived here for years will have to move away. And if we don't densify and gently intensify some of our communities, we are going to become a less efficient city. And there's going to be implications when it comes to delivering the programs and services that Edmontonians rely on. So with all that being said, I will be supporting this application and this rezoning. I think it's absolutely appropriate in terms of size, scale, and I look forward to seeing some new residents in the area, especially as I think one of our speakers mentioned, you know, having that diversity for folks who have maybe lived there for years, they don't want to leave and they want to continue benefiting and reaping the rewards of this fantastic community. Thanks so much. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Council Salvador. Council Stevenson.
Hi. Thank you very much. It's always very hard to follow Councillor Salvador because she captured it all and just put so many thoughts very, very clearly forward. So just to echo that again, I think this proposal does align extremely well with city plan. If anything, it's on the low end of what we'd want to see in that area. And I also really appreciated Councillor Principe's comments earlier around what democracy looks like when we're doing long-term planning for our city, and the extensive engagement throughout the city plan process, I think is really the model that we model of how we plan democratically for our future, because we're not only planning for the people who are here now, but those that aren't here yet, whether they're not born, they haven't moved to our city yet, or live in a different part of the city and may want to live in this area. You know, I heard this idea too of some of the precedent that this sets and what happens to the properties to the north. And for me, it really highlighted again just the incredible importance in communicating what change towards city plan looks like, because I think that is the expectation that this primary corridor will extend a block or two into the neighborhood, so that we do see more housing options in this really well located area. None of that takes away from how challenging this type of transformation is and the change that means in our neighborhoods. There's no denying that. But where we get to as a city and as a community is so important for our financial sustainability, our environmental sustainability, and our social sustainability. So for those reasons, I'm pleased to support this rezoning and appreciate the applicants and all the speakers that we had come out today. I really took to heart, I think it was Mr. Carey, if I've gotten his name wrong, I apologize, who said, you know, the realization of our citywide goals happen on a site-by-site basis. And this is a great example of that. So I look forward to supporting this application. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I will be very quick. So I listened this discussion very, very carefully, and then read the report very carefully as well. In order for our city to achieve that long-term goal and then to attract 2 million people come to our city to have better quality of their life. And then I think these points, I just want to emphasize one more time. Maybe I said it many times in chamber already. What message our city wants to send to our residents, our citizens, our Edmontonians, even for the prospective Edmontonians, to the people and who are planning to move to our city. So if in the community, in the neighborhood, we have so many, over 300 residents or signed the petition and to voice their concern out, I think we need to give that consideration and to respect people's voice, to understand their point of view about what change they're expected to our city. And I believe everybody's voice deserves the equally respect and heard, and no matter from each angle and each perspective. And with that reason, I would just simply say I would not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And can you take the chair?
Chair is taken.
Thank you. I'm going to support this application for all the reasons that Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Salvador have stated, so I would not repeat them. But I do want to raise a concern that we want people to embrace the city plan. But when it comes to development in the neighborhood, there's a resistance. And very reasonable people, and these are very reasonable people who made a presentation today, are resistant to that change. And we need to dig deeper into why that is, right? You know, when I look at this, I would be concerned as well, like having not enough information about what kind of building that is going to be. It is really going to be enhancement to the neighborhood. It is a very reasonable question to ask. And neighbors should have the answer to that if we want them to embrace more infill. You know, it's difficult if I'm the next door neighbor to know that my house, my place will be shadowed 24 hours a day and I don't have a satisfactory answer. Or I'm not satisfied by the level of engagement that I expected from a developer who's going to be building and bringing people into the neighborhood. I think these are the kind of questions that we need to grapple with as we move forward, really convincing Edmontonians that why we should be embracing this change. I think that's my concern. I know how to tackle it, but this is something that we continue to probably struggle with. But as we move on this journey, we want more people to embrace this change. But we also want to bring them along this change. I think I know what that looks like, but that I want to flag that because I hear people's concerns, and those concerns are very legitimate and based on very real concerns, right? So yeah, but I will support this, absolutely. Good. And I will take the chair back.
Chair back to you.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Councillor Paquette.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm having some technical difficulties for some reason, but yeah, thank you for your words. And I'm really on the fence on this because it falls into everything that is contemplated in the city plan, and that was extensive amount of engagement. If we're talking democracy, what we're talking about is the fact that this was one of the largest engagements we've ever undertaken, and I am very sympathetic with the concerns of the community in this particular instance. Mayor Mandel said it very well many years ago, no more crap. And we need builds that the city can be proud of and that communities can be proud of. I am not fully convinced that that is what we're going to get out of this project after hearing some of the concerns from residents. It is deeply concerning. I am literally 50-50 on this at this point. I do not know which way I'm going to lean. And that's pretty concerning because I normally am not in this position. I'm either a yes or a no. We will be hearing from Councillor Knack, and I think that it'll be interesting to see what he has to say because we know that our colleague is, by and large, very level-headed, gives a lot of consideration, and he knows this community better than I do. So that to say that this is a difficult decision is an understatement, because I support administration support of this because on paper it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. And it is in keeping with what we are looking for. But the experience and the reality of what this will be for the community also has to be something that we consider. And a lot of times from communities, we're hearing concerns that, frankly, I mean, are not borne out and usually aren't. In this case, I'm a little bit, I still have some doubts here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I could speak to him directly, I would say, take it away, Andrew, but I can't.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and it's odd to me how much I've struggled with this one. Because on paper, from the distance to the LRT, to the location that it is, and the city plan that we have, if this was generic community X that didn't have real people who have real feelings and real input, be a yes. Just like that. I mean, because to me, from what I've heard, that would make sense. Why I'm struggling, and I think why the community's struggling a lot, is that really the engagement was not great. And that's going to be my kind words of describing it. And with the greatest of respect to the applicant and the developer, it was very underwhelming for a neighborhood that is quite engaged, who has taken the time to actively try to work with everyone. And I know, we talked about this back in August, and Mr. Johnson would be the first, generally, while we can factor in a little bit in engagement, that is not the primary decision point before us. The primary decision point is an RA7 zone the right zone for this location? Which I think it is. And I know while I can't take into account the engagement, I think we still need to talk about it because there is just so much that I think was missed. And if we're going to have this broader conversation as a city around how we're going to do this, again, I don't want to see us moving away from standardized zonings. I think we need to have that. I don't want to see us go and send things back to direct controls all the time. But, and I know it's hard for us in a zoning bylaw or any of the work that we're doing to mandate good engagement. But goodness, we need better engagement. You know, if back to your point, Mayor Soe, around if we're going to have the communities under, you know, who generally supported the city plan and who have said, we can't go out anymore. We can't keep growing out. We have set our boundaries. That is the max we can do, which means developments like this would have to go forward if we all agree, or generally all agree, in the idea of the city plan, which I do, and I think it makes sense. But we still need the applicants and the developers to recognize that even when applying for a standard zone, the people who are living immediately next door, the people who are living on the block, are facing very real and significant change. And yes, as somebody that lives in a building, and I challenged you a bit earlier, so, you know, I hate that I can only live on the edges of communities right now. I don't love that. I want to live in the middle of a community too, but I've just chosen a different type of built form that I want to live in. So if we're going to start doing this, we just need to set a much higher standard, and a community who is extremely reasonable, who said, hey, we're willing to have a working group and actually go through this. And it was frustrating, even today, it felt like a bit of pulling teeth to get to the point where I finally got a commitment that they're willing to have a working group. And that's one of the reasons why I will ultimately support this, because of some of these other pieces. But I am very much going to hold our applicant accountable to the words that he said today on this call, that he's willing to actually have a proper working group with the residents who are willing to commit their time, because I do think there's still some creative solutions we can work on in this space. And so I'm happy to help in that, and I realize that, you know, by supporting this, I know you're not going to love that, and I appreciate that. And my hope is to at least hold them accountable to the words that we've heard today. The last piece of just a minute ago, and is a little bit to Mr. Abbotsway's point earlier, and I know Councillor Principe touched on, and others have as well. This is that ever ongoing eternal struggle of democracy, because, yeah, the petition of 300 people, it sucks. I'm about to make 300 of my residents very mad at me that I'm supporting a development that they don't want. And at the same time, I remember knocking on those doors in Grosvenor and talking to the seniors who are looking for other types of built forms to allow them to live in the neighborhood. I remember talking to residents who said, don't keep going out, growing and growing and growing, and provide more opportunities. And these two are sometimes in conflict with one another, and that is hard. So I hate when you have that, because I know they could have brought 300 people. There was nothing stopping them. I'm sure they could have motivated that group. And I hate supporting something that I know folks are concerned about. I think there's a broader citywide goal and objective that this helps us accomplish, and my hope is that through proper engagement with a community willing to do the work, that we can make this that thing that we will be proud of, and then we'll hopefully set up for better development in the future. So I will grudgingly support.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
That is carried. Councillor Knack.
I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 19823.
Okay, seconded. Councillor Cardmell was seconded that last time?
Yep, second.
Thank you, Councillor Cardmell. Any questions or second reading? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 9-4. Councillor Knack.
I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.12.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel for consideration for third reading. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Consideration is granted. Councillor Knack.
I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19823.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Seconded. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. See you tomorrow.